Molweni, Dumela, Kgotsong, Dumela, Pula, Pula, Pula. We are leboga that we are all here as traditional leaders and leaders from different organizations. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I am the notorious General Tekiso, who has been giving this government a problem about the God-given unalienable rights. For the past 7 years, we've been fighting, but finally, we are here today, Sihlangene, as Amakhosi, as traditional leaders and leaders of different organizations. Ukuhlangana kwethu lana is not only to talk about issues that are affecting us as the traditional leaders. Silana as Amakhosi to make sure that we bring back what was unlawfully taken from us, which rightfully is our right to live. Our right to life was taken away. And it is that time that Utina, as the traditional leaders, we mobilize and organize ourselves in a way that they've been labeling us as divided. The most divided people in this country are traditional leaders. And we have shown them today that we have rejected that. And we are still going to move to all 9 provinces to preach about sovereignty, and we are going to continuously frustrate them. Now, don't panic that the program of today has started a little bit late. The reason we should also understand is that we do not have resources. Our resources were taken completely in 1994. They were then taken away completely, but historically our land was dispossessed from us from many years ago. We can date back to 1600, and it has been dispossession against dispossession. We've suffered already so far in this country more than 7 dispossessions, but you will find them saying dispossession only happened from 1912, but we are rejecting that. We are saying dispossession of the land happened in 1652, and during that time when the disposition of land happened, there were already other people living with us, and we are acknowledging that and we are appreciating that. But we are here to build a new relationship. That is why we have the guys who are coming from the Boerevolks here. They can just raise their hand. Let me just see them. Here they are. These are the gentlemen, the long-standing gentlemen who have been in this country long before. And we have also visitors from all other African countries, including the Aborigines. So we are here and we are complete. We are ready. I don't know if all of you are ready to take decisions about your life, for your lives, and for the lives of our people. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Let me tell you this in a short opening. When we started this whole thing, the whole concept of putting it together, it was not an easy thing, because even now as we are sitting here, ideologically we would differ, because you see common law is something that is very vast. When you look at the South African Constitution, you'll even think that when they wrote the law, the word common law, that you are covered. But by the way, you are not. That common law, it actually oppresses your right to live there, your right to land, your right to health, your right to proper education that is anti-colonized. So we want the educational system that is anti-colonized. The decolonized education, we are out. And so now, for us to end up being here today, we said the problem that we have in this country is that we are speaking all of us in silos. And we do not have a message, one message that we can go out with as traditional leaders and say today, this is the voice that we are standing with and this is what we want. And these are the benefits of our people, and these are the benefits of our nation if we follow this or we leave this one. Now, for us to be able to reach a resolution, we said that there is nothing that is concluded up until you find the traditional leaders and you present all these necessary documents that needs to be done and the processes. And we brought in everyone from the legal background, from the experts, different knowledges about common law, different types of common law, because others are for international admiralty law system, others are still for the old traditional indigenous law. But what we want as indigenous leaders is only one thing that we want. We want our ancient laws and the boundaries of our land to be restored. That is our crisis. But the crisis that I will be having is, do we have traditional leaders in our midst? I want them to tell us if they are going to be able to utilize the land. We have land. I'm sitting with 8,000 hectares of land, and still the land that they took, including here, is the land that they took from my forefathers. And for us to be able to reclaim that land, let's utilize the ones that we have for the purpose of benefiting our people. Because the problem is one, if we are not going to look. When we start this fight, be prepared of hunger. That's the first thing that you need to be prepared on. And you need to also be prepared on a number of killings that are going to happen. But we are telling you, we were ready the day that we were born. We were prepared the day that we came here. So we want to know which each sector needs to deal with each and everything. So basically from spirituality to herbals to all these things, we need to put a document, a conclusive document today. That document, once we have signed that document, we can sign treaties. If I have copper in my land and I want to exploit it, and your kingdom has potential of helping me to farm my land, then we sign a treaty agreement between our kingdoms that you can come and work the land, and then the land that is going to then benefit the people of South Africa. Do we understand each other on that goal? Because Konamanje, when we as traditional leaders, we want to enter into private businesses. I remember the other case in Limpopo, I think it was Kukuni people as well, who suffered that when they wanted to bring the private developer to develop the land. There was a problem that the municipality took them to court and said traditional leaders do not have the right to develop the lands without the municipality being involved. So we said that is nonsense, because the court ruled in the favor of the traditional leaders. But at the later stage, when we took the matter for review, it was then found that traditional leaders, they are actually government on their own, in their own jurisdiction. They can make agreements and deals to benefit the people who are living within that land. So Tina Silana today as Amakosa, I'm not going to take much time, but if you have something that you would want to share, the first thing that you are going to do is to raise our hands so that we can understand each other as we are moving forward. And then into Ezolandela, some of us, we are going to sit down and focus on the administration of the kingdom to make sure that we win this battle. The only one way that we can win this battle is if the administration of all our kingdoms are in order. Administration of the organizations are in order. I think also Ambassador Henry McCarter, I'm sorry to say Henry McCarter, because I am used to calling him that, because we've known each other for the past 3 years, and we've been best of friends in terms of drafting documents, reading books, and understanding what the law says and how we can defend our people without having any bloodshed. Because the problem that we need to avoid is killings and other things. So for us as traditional leaders, as the custodians of the land, we are the peaceful people, because the land cannot be at peace. Look what's happening in Johannesburg. If you think karma exists far, karma doesn't exist far. It comes from such things that a lot of things are happening dramatically. That's when you start to realize that the power of our ancestors are rising. It started with their parliament, and this meeting was just a signature that their parliament will ban, and you are going to rise, all of you as traditional leaders, and take care of the land in the interest of our people. Because when traditional leaders, they need a bridge in their ward, there's no budget. When a politician needs a car, there's a budget, it's security reason. But if it goes to our people, it's not a security reason. So, siyadonsa tina, what we are simply saying is tina as amakhosi sinamandla wokwenza wokuchinja izinto and make sure that we bring our own country where it's supposed to be. Because at this present moment, umhlaba wethu uyagula, the land is sick, the rain is not there. There is nothing. Our people are getting sick day by day because why? Saphuqwa okwethu ngabe thina sazi ukuthi sigibela intaba esamakhosi siyothandaza sicele our ancestors to give us the rain. Imvula ize inetha. We had traditional leaders who were specifically meant to take care of you as a traditional leader and make sure that your life is protected. We had pastors who were responsible for making sure that they give spiritual guidance to those things. Today is the day that we are resuscitating everything that was stolen from us as traditional leaders, as kingdoms. We are restoring our land, and the only way that we are going to restore our land is if in one spirit. We all cannot agree about other things. We don't care about other things because we are already governing in our own land. And even if there was no national government, we were still going to be able to govern because we have diamonds in our land. We have gold in our land. We have platinum in our land. If you are an investor and you want to go to a chief and you want to negotiate a deal of mining the land, you must be prepared to pay the money that, half of the money that worth the minerals that are underground. Because the minerals can't benefit you, then the people after. They must first benefit the people. After benefiting the people, then they can benefit the rest of the country. So I am not going to go far because I was not here to make a speech at this moment, but was to show you the essence of the agency of what we want to achieve as traditional leaders. I didn't introduce myself to some who came a little bit late. General Wakwateki, so I'm from Ventersdorp in Klipgat. That is where my village is. I'm based in Klipgat in Ventersdorp. Originally, we are from the Johannesburg South. The Joburg South land claim, it is us who did the land claim. So, we are in terms of the genealogy. We are above all the crocodiles. But when they all have to subside and come and we work together because why? Ntate mogolo ga tswa ko Zirasti ka 1500 ha a rogana le morafi wa bafuruzi o ile a kopa bakwena a re bakwena ke kopa gore le lekeng gore le berekisane gore le khone go sireletsa lefatshe la rona. Lefatshe la rona was taken away because of greedy, not understanding, and not be able to work among ourselves. When some people who were tasked with the duties to defend the kingdom, they then went to Paul Krupp and sold the land to him. After selling the land to Paul Krupp, he evicted us. I remember my grandfather was telling me this thing. I was very young when he was telling me the story of an old man who came in Vereeniging after they were building the railway line that goes to Vereeniging. The train was coming. When a lot of people were gathering there, the man was called Ngakani, Veldebies, Ngaka. He went in the middle of the people when they were sitting. He said, Vavas Yele van Eck and Paul Krupp on Sediri Landes Gemak. So we understand that some people were not evicted during the day. They were evicted overnight. In the morning, our parents were evicted from the land and they were not there. So it's that time that we are not going to occupy our land illegally or anyhow, because legally it's our land. It was taken from us without us being consulted. So we still reserved with the right to occupy our ancestral land. Thank you, good people. I will leave you, my leader, to take over and then guide the meeting in terms of what and what. Thank you.
Bayete. Thank you, General Tekiso, for the opening speech that we have just made right now. We want to start with our program. We're just waiting for someone who's printing the attendance register already. You to remember that we have asked you to reserve, to make reservations for you coming in. So just waiting for that printout so that we can go to that protocol and acknowledge everyone that is here. But as we are starting this meeting or this summit, can we all of us stand and sing Nkosi Sikelel' iAfrika? I'm not saying sing the national anthem without this step. Thank you so much. Can we?
Greetings, guys. Is there anyone from the SA Jural Assembly here? Are you here? Are you ready to hit the ground running? So we have Pierre from the SA Jural Assembly. Pierre? It's not a problem, anything, myself. Yes. After the SA Jural Assembly, you'll call the roll call, then we can start, and then, yeah.
Greetings, everyone. I wasn't preparing a speech today, but I would just like to follow on Governor General's words. And I think that he hit on a very important point, and that was the division between us, between the people of this country, regardless of their color or their race or their sex. It seems that the people that are claiming authority over us want us and are continually reminding of us how we are separated and not together. The most powerful thing that we can do, and I heard in Nkosi Sikelel', I think I heard the word Yesu. I think that means Jesus. I'm not 100% sure, but from a spiritual perspective, the new covenant that we have with each other is that we shall agree with each other and make no more war between each other. Because the reality is, as soon as we agree, and we agree to work together, and we agree to share the country for the benefit of its people, there's no one or nothing that can stand in our way. So let us today think about the agreements that we will make amongst the people of this country so that we can move forward. And that is all I have to say. We are here to agree on a better way for all of us. And I hope that that is the idea and the energy that we carry forward in these years to come as we fix our country, fix our people, and make a better life for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pierre, for that speech that we have just delivered on behalf of all the Rainbow Nation, as it was termed by one of the former presidents. I can see a full complement of all the representation of our cultural or races in this summit. We've got Indians here, we've got coloureds, not a proper word,
No.
to call people coloured.
Corn.
I mean, it's an insult.
Black, brown, and white.
That's what. Thank you so much. Then we've got white, we've got blacks. So we make a full complement of an actual representation of our communities where we're coming from. Thank you so much. We want to go with speed so that we cover time, because at 2 o'clock we must wrap up the program. I'm going to call Mr. Komana shortly. This is what I want to say. We need to negate the current system. Now, I'll just make an example of negation in this fashion. The young ones are ready to be born. The old ones are not ready to die. So there's a balance between. But the young ones, for sure, we want them to be born. We are not going to be radical in our approach, but we must have a strategy for the old ones who are not ready to die. There's a strategy that we must agree upon, and they must die in slow motion. Yeah? They must die in a very slow way, in a slow motion way, so that these young ones, the young ones are us. CET. We have been termed the young ones. I'm using that word for you to understand. As General was saying, we're not reclaiming the world. What is ours was taken from us. We are not reclaiming here. We just self-determining, and we say we want to migrate from the RSA incorporation or whatever to go to a sovereign state, which we anticipate, which we are thinking of. Bayete.
Mayete.
I'm going to call upon to Mr. Komana from Commerce Group to give us a word of support, message of support. Allocation of time or minutes is 15 minutes.
Dumelang. Bayete. Is it good morning? Goeiemorgen. Hoe gaan het? Thank you. This is Andy Komana, but my name is Andres. But I said, no, I don't want it. Then my daughter said, how can you call Andy? Because Andy is a small boy. I said, forget about that. This is me. My king called me Andy, but when he rides, He said, Andy. I mean, I don't know what. I didn't tell you, my king, that I am Andries. But when you give this title that you have given me, you said Andries Komana. I'm from Limpopo province, but I'm running the whole provinces of South Africa. I've traveled South Africa, I've traveled Africa, and luckily I am invited to attend a summit in DRC next week on the 20th. So I had a jealous, but a calculated jealousy that the kingdoms of Africa wants my services. Then I said, what about the kingdoms of South Africa? I'm so privileged because I met my king 2 weeks ago. I just met with him today, face to face. Then he said, you are going to talk. And I said, about what? About what you told me. And I told him what he wanted to hear. So I want to tell you again, the people who are here, I'm going to tell you what you want to hear from me. Thank you very much. You can clap your hands for being here. The past 1.5 weeks, I was angry, confrontational speech. But when I check it here, it's not here. I left it at home. But that one needs time, because we are going to make an arrangement for us to come to visit in your kingdoms to talk about real things that affected us. I've seen one car or a taxi, they said, Bahumagadi ba Limpopo. Oh, di Kgoshigadi. Ke tswa Limpopo. Kgoshigadi ke a mo tseba. But I saw him some years back. 20 years back driving a program, but our government didn't want even to listen. If you write a letter to them, they don't even read. And if I would say that proposal, there is no one who can say no to it, including the people who sleeps at the bridges in Johannesburg. Underline that. The people who sleeps in Johannesburg bridges. I interviewed them. They said, when are you starting? I said, they refused the program. But fortunately, DRC said yes. 57 countries in Africa said yes. Then I spoke to my king. He's coming to talk. I'm not sure whether he has came here to just brief you about what he is thinking. And he's the one who, when I spoke with him last year, then he said, bring it on. So today, he's here. I think he's listening. Are you listening, my king? All my kings that are here, I want to say, for the past 30 years, I was watching you. Then the past 1.5 years, I heard about King Shesi. Are you here, my king? I didn't know, but I thought I'm coming to where you stay. I'm not sure whether Eastern Cape, but the kingdoms, all the kingdoms that are here, I'm coming. I just want to, if I had the powers like what the government is having, I would send them all to jail. Just for 3 months. Then when you come back, the reason being, we have been robbed. Our land, everything. The minerals where we are in Limpopo is more than 60 mines, and the poverty is 38%. Now you ask yourself as to what is it that these guys are doing? They are doing nothing. Then I said, let me test them to say, I'm going to attend a meeting in Uganda last year, and I couldn't go. Why? No money. Then I said, let me just challenge these people. The premiers of South Africa, the 9 provinces, I wrote an application to say, I request you to sponsor 35,000. No one responded to that letter. I wrote to the president. He said he doesn't have money. But it is not him, it's the person who's responding to all the queries that comes into his office. But I want to challenge the kings. You must write the letter so that we can go. I will join you. Then I'll ask him, you failed to give me 35,000 right in your pocket because your government do not have money. I said my speech is confrontational, but I'll have to just pack it. Now, when I'm talking about the minerals, DRC said, come, my son. But I sent them the proposal. That's why they said, come. They have invited me. They are paying my flight, my accommodation, and the upkeep there. Which, if you listen the message that I sent you, my king, it is one guy in DRC. The president said, oh, Andy, if indeed you have this program, I'll give you a free citizenship. Then I said, what is that? He wants to take me to stay in DRC. I would rather go and stay Kwaha Komani. You see when you Babonsa Bosa go televisioning Komani. Then I was connected with the old man there. Then when I looked at him, I said, let me go and greet him. He said, Gomani, without me saying I'm Gomani. I said, why? He said, I chased Gomani in Queenstown. And I said, am I a Xhosa? Kinshesi? It means I'm a Xhosa, right? Now, with the program of mining, that is Commerce Group of Companies, which is my company, we have researched for the past 20 years to say, why are we suffering? It is because of the Western cabals. If they are here, I cannot apologize because they stole billions and billions of rent on a monthly basis, 15 billion for gold leaving South Africa on a monthly basis. And I'm not sure if the kings are benefiting. If you are benefiting, please think twice. I have heard my king here said he has 8,000 hectares. In the document, we need 7,500 hectares for plant production, which is agriculture. Plant production, animal production, and horticulture. We are taking people back to the farmland. Do you still remember that? Thank you very much. Is there something like that? I never thought that, but that is the women empowerment that they are talking about. The kings, when I was growing up, Chief Komani, they used to send the bomme, bodira, botlhagola, and we were eating. And I was so I cannot call myself that I'm an idiot. Idiot is not that you are somehow, it's ignorant. We have one hab, watermelon, and there is this other one called mukopu. What is it? Lerote. Then we were stealing mukopu, then we crush it, but we couldn't. But the watermelon, when you crush it, then you eat. So we were doing that. But unfortunately, the land is no more. My king here said the land is no more fertile. Why? Because of the chemicals. So can we go back? So we are saying, can we learn the past? Because when we were growing, our kings were respected, and now they are not. So I'm happy today because I started talking to my king, then I talked to him, then I talked to the king of Zululand, which is preparing an invitation to come and hear. I'm going to tell him what he wants to hear. So including King Shesi and all other kings. So please, we have been crying for the past 500 years. Our ancestors were misplaced. They stayed in the deep rural areas where there is mountainous, then you cannot do anything with a mountain where there is only stones. My elder here said South Africa has minerals, including East London, where ocean economy is. But I'm not going to talk too much, but I'm saying the kings must invite us. I'm going to DRC. I'm going to meet with the kings there. When I come back, the message will be loud and clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Komana. Thank you very much for the powerful message directed to all kinships and kingdoms that are here. Maybe and those that are not here. The message must be sent out clear to them that is or there was this type of gathering that needs all of us to hear and we align ourselves to what is happening in our country right now. I have just been reminded that we as kings are God's creations. We cannot just start a meeting without inviting God in our midst. So I'm going to ask one of our pastors, I don't know if the one that I have here is actually here, Reverend Numalo. If he is not there, I can see my brother here, Ingrid, Auntie. Can you say to my pastor there to come and say a word of faith to us and open this with a prayer? Pastor there. Our pastor there. The one is there, the new pastor.
Leza lisetenga lakho Kitonga seyenyaniso
Can we stand as we are praying?
Yangintlanga zangizizwe Mazezoze osindiso amadolobha lizwe magagobe phambi kwakho zide zithi zongemi zelocelo lomo lwakho.
Give us the right rights. We are here for our rights, and hopefully our God is going to listen to us, our ambition, our agenda we are here for. God is going to give us through our righteous people, our gods, our kings, and our people in the African region. All of us need our rights to be there. So ask everybody to say thank you. Amen.
Thank you, my brother, for that prayer. We will continue while we are still waiting for the attendance register, where it's been treated. The program as well is with them. So I'm trying to improvise. Our next speaker will be Chief Solomon, are you there? Chief Solomon? Apparently he's not here. Maybe he has left. I can see something on my phone. So we will jump that item now. Go to another one. Our kings that are here and chiefs that are here as well. We cannot introduce you properly because we don't have the list of all of them. But what we're going to do, we're going to after our guests that we have invited, after they have given us a 15-minute presentation, we're going to allow them to first introduce themselves and then give a word of support for 5 minutes as well. So in that way is the only way that we can apply now to acknowledge each one of us that are here. Right now I want to call this foundation here, Whistle Foundation, the representative of the Whistle presentation. Lady over there to come and give us a message. Thank you so much. Can we clap hands for her?
Oh, Nkosazana.
Bayede. Thina ke sithi Eastern Cape emaXhoseni. Khanda azibanda uthi bani inkosi baninzi. Such an honor to stand before you, our leaders, our fathers, our mothers, Ndiyabulela. Andiphakamisa. Okay. Igama lami nginguBathabile wakwaHlengisa eKomani. I live in Johannesburg. I've been living here for most of my life. Sometime last year, I was inspired to start a foundation. It's called the Whistle Foundation. A whistle is an impempe. It makes a sound. And so I'm just gonna briefly, I didn't know that I was gonna say something about it, but I'm glad to be given this opportunity. The Whistle Foundation is about changing the status quo in our community development, economics, and our kingdoms. How are we going to do this? We have everything, but I don't have time to break it down. But all I can say is, with the kingdoms, which are the rightful owners of our economics and our land, and the people, because when things started happening, my question was always, Baphi okumkani? What are okumkani bethu bathini? What's going on? Where are the kings? So I'm happy to have been to have met Utatu Komani, Utatu Angie. It's an honor to have met him, because when I heard from him, I knew this is what I needed. This is what I've been praying for. This is a platform, because what we are bringing to the kingdoms, you are no longer, our kings will no longer not have cars to even come to this event. Our kings are supposed to have drivers. Our kings are supposed to be driven. They're supposed to have palaces. They're supposed to live well. And it's not like that. And I don't know how we got where we are. But all I know is what we are going to do. We are going to change what is going on. Because what we have is for kingdoms. It's going to change the economics of the kingdoms, because Abantu belongs to the kingdoms. townships, villages. So what we have is going to change, is going to develop our kingdoms, our kings as well. We don't need money. You don't even have to pay anything. You don't need to pay a registration fee. We are not even going to write letters to ask for donations. Or we don't need what to call it. We don't need to ask for asking. No. This strategy we have has money. It gives its own money, it pays itself. It's like an ecosystem. The money will be for the people, by the people, but I'm not going to go into the details. All I can say that our kingdoms, our people will be fully taken. Our chiefs in course is born. Everybody will have money monthly. I was very offended when I heard that some of our kings, I don't know if all, are paid like 27,000 a month. I thought, what? I was hurt by that because how did we get there? So we've got something as a foundation together as kings, with our kings and queens and princes. We are going to change without, as I've said, we don't need help, we need you. We don't need money. We don't need $10 million. We don't need that. We need you to say, yes, this is a kingdom, I'm coming on board. Let the games begin. We are ready for this like yesterday. If we started this beginning of this month, you will be earning, you will be getting paid at the end of this month. And that's going to go on and on. And now, because my take has been, if you don't have money, you can't speak. You need money. You need a muscle financially to be able to say no to certain things. And this is what the foundation is giving to our kings. You will have so much money that you will be able to say no. You will have so much money that $1 million will look like a change, because it is a change. If they want to say, okay, don't do this, we'll give you this, you must know that you are compromising a lifetime of wealth. Hello, So that is what we are. So we are ready to start, and we are ready to start. We are ready. All we need is you to come on board and say, yes, we are on board. This is us. These are our people. Do what you have to do. We're not asking you for money. That's all we're asking you for. And by the end of the month, you will see by yourselves. Other kingdoms will come on board. I'm telling you the truth, because but how did you do this? Without any sponsors, without any, as I've said, we only want your yes, come on board. Do as you want to do. We don't want money. We want you to come on board and say, let's change our economy. And let's give honor to whom honor is due. Because money belongs. Okay. You deserve to be respected, our kings, our queens, our royal houses. I was offended to even know that one of our kings, my king, is here. I never met him. My king is here. I'm offended to know that he arrived this morning by a bus. He's leaving because there's no hotel. He's leaving tonight by a bus. No. And let me just say this. If you are not ready to die for a good cause, to change the status quo for our children, for our grand and great-great-children, we cannot leave this earth like this. We can't leave it like this. Somebody said to us, do you know that this is going to put your lives in danger? We've been in danger since we were born. We've been in danger. And if we are not willing to take a risk, then nobody will change anybody's life. When you're not ready to die, you have to be ready to give up your life for a real, true change. And we are ready for that. We said, bring it on. God is with us and for us. And He's going to cover, He's going to protect us. So that's who we are. Thank you It's such an honor. I didn't know I was going to have to talk today, but Jabulele.
Molweni, ngizocela that we start with the law now. We want to know, I think all of us, we are here to know if it is possible that we can leave this system or it's not possible. So the legalities, we are going to check, balance, give 3 people the opportunity, and also give one political party that represents the traditional leaders in this country the opportunity to speak, because they have the right to speak. We are not like the politicians. We giving people the opportunity to speak. Here is our leader from Limpopo. Let's stand up so that they can see that Umorena. So the next organization that will come, Pierre, is the SA General Assembly ready to deal with the law? And then followed by Ambassador Henry McCarter. Then we can go to other things. And other things. We are dealing with this one. After dealing with this one, we are dealing with other things. But your other things, we are putting you at the last so that you can be the last option. Thank you. Over to you. They don't even welcome you.
It's okay. Just so that everyone understands that I'm not standing here as an expert in the law or the common law, but I am one of common sense. And common law is common sense. And the common law is often used as a word to catch everything, but the truth of it is the common law of your tribe is the common law that belongs to your people and may not belong to me. So one of the things that as the General Assembly, as we move forward, that we wish to be part of the organization of your people is their place and the development of their law and the development of their traditional justice systems, so that we can go back to how we were in the past for you people. The law that has been brought into the country for many of you is totally foreign. It's a foreign law, and it looks at the situation of the peoples from a foreigner's perspective. And what we would like to be part of is the development of your law in your place, and then the agreement of the law that binds all of us together. That is the common law, the laws that we agree upon as the people of the country, that will bind us, that will make decisions for our future and for the people that are there as leaders in our groups. I don't really want to go too much into it. It's really about the common law. If you look at it as the whole, comes back to what I was saying earlier, and it's the agreement between people, and we must work on finalizing and comprehending those agreements between us. We would like to, as the South African General Assembly, we would like to be part of the process that you people drive for your own communities, your people, the groups that are together. We would like to be there to assist with that process, but not to be the ones that say, this is how it must be done. This is how it must be done, or this is how it should be done, but really for how you people decide for yourselves how it's going to be done, and that we are there to make sure that it is done in a good, forward way. What we've brought today, and this will probably be at the end of the meeting, we've brought today documents that were created by your people, your communities, your tribal leaders, and we haven't changed anything. We might have added a little bit from other places that have powerful messages in it, and it is your documents that you will sign and agree upon today, and we will be here to witness it all. And I thank you very much for being here. I do feel that this is the start of something great. I also just want to say from my side, from a personal side, that we should look to the future of our kings and the kings that are replacing the bad kings, we must hope that they are going to be good kings that really look to the future of their people and know that a king is nothing but a servant to his people, and to make sure that everyone in his kingdom is well fed, well looked after, that children are not going hungry, that there's education. That is the responsibility of the king, is to make sure that his people are good. Yes, it is right that our leaders should not have to come in a bus, but what we are sitting here for, the kingdoms that are sitting here, they are not only for their own edification and their own aggrandizement like the politicians, but here to agree what's a better way for the people that are underneath them and are looking to them for leadership. I thank you very much.
No, you don't have to go anywhere. I think this gentleman, you see this white hair, it's full of questions. Everywhere here. Is there any question, any clarity-seeking question that wants to come from the ground so that we can deal with you and finish? Then you'll deal with the documents now. Now you've presented about the common law. Show them the documents and present the document so that we can finish with that part, and then we can move on. At the end on adoption. We know which one we are going with, and try to go through that document. It was drafted by myself, yourself, and the rest of the team. We went through and we asked for a lot of legal opinion from different people to browse through the document, because it's dangerous on common law to write a document. When this government takes you to court, they can easily say you admitted that you understand this law and you know it. So you will abide by it because you said you understand it now. If you will help us on the clauses that you think are not relevant and what you think will work for us and advise us, then after advising us, leave us with the document, relax there, we'll adopt them and we'll tell you what we did as the traditional leaders. Thank you. Am I speaking your mind?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, kings and queens, one of the things with the common law, and it starts off in the beginning of this document that your leaders have created. It says, the undersigned tribal monarchs and chiefs from across Southern Africa assembled together and for a one-day Lekgotla of the sovereign ancient kingdoms of South Africa. The Lekgotla is expressing the united will of the original and indigenous people, aware of its historic and responsibility for the destiny of the original kingdoms and tribes of Southern Africa, engaged in the realization of the aspirations of all indigenous people of Southern Africa and the restoration of unalienable freedoms and rights. Proceeding from the principle of natural rights, as a living man and other living men around you, we have the natural right to come to agreements with each other without the interference of any third party. Exercising the unquestionable natural rights, undisputable and inherent right of people to free and self-determination. And I think this is what Governor General was saying now, is that yes, there may be an attempt by the corporate government.
For those who feel a little bit angry, angry and hungry, they go together. Yes. You can just go behind me, there's a lapa here, you get maybe a tea or drink and some cookies so that you balance yourself. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
He just suggested that let the leadership finish, otherwise we are going to...
Okay, it's fine.
Okay. So exercising the unalienable, unquestionable, undisputable and inherent right of people to self-determination. And that's really what we are doing right now. The intent for all of us here, because the law looks at the intention. Maybe the words we have put here is not as good as what we might want it to be, or as professional as what we might want it to be. But the reality is the law looks to the intent of the parties in the agreement. And our intent, from what I've read here, what you guys have put together, is that you are here to reclaim what you had lost and start agreement with working together as a whole people for the future of the country. So I think that there is a fear that the government or this outside corporation that may, like say, maybe they're going to come after some people, maybe they're going to put pressure on some people, maybe they're going to do some things that might not be so good for us. But if we stand together and we do not lose our resolve for continuing with our freedom walk, then what can they really do? What can they really do? I know that there is agreements between the Zulu nation and the Afrikaner nation which goes back many hundreds of years. And there's agreements that can now be put forward between all of us, the kingdoms and the tribal leaders that can take us forward. This is an agreement between the people. An agreement between living men and women is like a contract. And not even the government can get in between a contract between the living men and women. So yes, there will be a fight. One of the things is that we are asking, or there is a claim for land that was taken away many years ago, and part of the process that we're going to have to go through is that there will have to be an agreement and an acceptance, as was said, is that now on old tribal lands there are new people living, people that have come from all different places, and they are living on our lands and on your lands, and we are going to have to come to an agreement and an acceptance that those people are also going to be part of the process. We're not talking about government, we're not talking about anything else, we're talking about the people that live there, that are doing their best to do good for the land that they're on. And one of the things that was said is that oftentimes land is taken away because it is not being used properly. It's not being used, it is lying there and nothing is happening with it. And that is one of the things that we as a people must remember, is that when we are not good stewards and we are not good custodians of the land, then it will be taken away. It might be a man that's taking it away, but in my view of things, God has given the land. The land belongs to God. And when we take his land and we do nothing with it, like the story of the Bible, if you do nothing with what you've been given, it shall be taken away from you. It is a natural law principle. So as we go forward, let's remember that the land that we are claiming, the land that we are wanting back for our people, we must make sure that our people do make the best use of that land for the people of the kingdoms. As soon as we see that there's greed and the holding of something just because it's land, but not the use of it for the people, that's when it gets taken away. God works through the hands of men and women on this planet. So when we are not following the good advice that the God has given us, there will be man on the planet that will come and take away the gifts that he has given us. So remember, it is a gift. These lands, our people, the agreements that we are standing here together to make, it is a gift that has been given to us, and we must remember that, and we must work accordingly. So, thank you. Is there any questions that you'd like to ask me right now? I think that there's none.
I would like to request you then to give more clarity. As General said that you will highlight that it's possible to come out of the system. I thought that you're gonna go in detail and highlight it in detail.
Okay.
You know, is it possible and the how?
Okay.
And then we can get into the risk, the challenges around it and everything.
Okay.
You know, that is what we're interested in.
Okay, so the removal, because at the moment there's a word in the law, or at least in the legal side of things, it's called a presumption. It means that they are thinking that all of us are officers of the state, that we are here to work for the RSA Incorporated, that we are giving our energy to pay back the debts for a corporation that we have no part of. There's many thoughts that the government says, well, the people haven't said that this is not so, so we are going to say it is so. So the emancipation, what we must do is come from our side. Write down on a piece of paper, each man on his own. If the king says to you, this is what we want to do, then each man must come forward and he must take his paper, he must take his declaration, he must sign his name on it, he must put his thumbprint, and he says, from this day forward, I am no longer a servant of anyone else but God and my king. And this is exactly, the law says, for something to be established, it must be written down, it must be spoken, it must be agreed upon and put on paper. And this is what the emancipation is all about. It's the paperwork that every man says, this is where I stand, this is who I am. The risks, unfortunately, we are living in a time where money is tight, resources are tight, people are hungry. So many people are walking to the government, this RSA, and saying, please can you give me something so I can eat. When we do that, when we go to them for our grants, our SASSA, our whatever it is, when we go to them and ask them for those things, that is where they have jurisdiction. That is where they have the right to say, you can get it, but when we ask them for nothing, when we take nothing from them, then what right do they have to say, yes, but you must give for what we have given? And that is the reality. That's why I say today, the good use of the land. I'm not giving what should be done, but we must feed our people from our land. We must make sure, even if they don't have money, money is mostly in today's world is to go and buy food or to go and buy something that you really need. But if we can provide the necessities, food, clothing, if the land is producing cotton, or if it's producing hemp, or if it's producing something that we can turn into clothes, if we can provide the basic needs for our people, and they don't have to go to this outside government for help, then what can they do? They've given us nothing, so they can take nothing from us. And that is really, the risk is, once you leave that RSA, once you say, I don't want to be part of that, you cannot go and ask them for help again. You must make right for yourself. And this is where we're at. We must make right for ourselves. Thank you, ma'am.
I hear what you're saying, but I'll humbly plead that you go deep into details in terms of explaining the how to. That is where my concern is, the how to. The rest I think I'm familiar with. I understand that. For example, let me make an example for you so that you understand my question clearly and you can respond within the context of my question. I will be sovereign on my own, and I will do whatever it is. However, I am living in South Africa and the government is empowered to come and control and shift and whatever and so on and so forth. Now, how do I make sure that they don't come to me and impose that which is their presumptions or whatever you said, yes, their assumptions or whatsoever. How do I make sure that I'm covered from them, their harassment or them imposing? Can you go deep in details with the how to?
I think it's a good question, and I think this is, we have these documents. I don't have them right here at the moment because I didn't think that we were going to go into those documents today. But there is a declaration that one can make when you write on a piece of paper. It's a private declaration. We as the General Assembly would wish to make the public witness of that declaration. Each man must make the declaration of sovereignty for himself, yes. It's a declaration to the world. and then we will take that paper and we can send it as a notice to the government, a notice to the local mayor. Remember, as something is done, so it can be undone. All these rules and regulations was written on a piece of paper by some man. Now we can take another piece of paper and we can write our own, what we want for ourselves, and we can go and take that piece of paper and we can send it to them.
Said they will answer them in their presentation.
Okay.
There is another question. Yes.
My name is two names. Khasela Phano Sizwe, yeah, ngizokhahlala qala inkulunkani yami. Uzumbethe. Into engisala, or the thing that made me come here, so that you understand me. I think I attended another meeting about 3 weeks back, and also that meeting was about land. And there is things that are written down about the bill. That is B23B bill. And also it have sections which you don't know about those sections. So when we talk about our land, and what I have noted there was that they will want to build in this land maybe a shop rights, maybe don't know a shop right or what else. But they will come to you as a king or as a chief there. But if you are not there, maybe for 22 days, they need answer from you. So within that 20 days, if you are not answer that, no, I don't want this, it means that thing, it will be continued built. So when you come back, maybe you visited to DRC, you come back in 20 days, you find a shop right, so there's no one you're going to ask. So why I'm here is that when you are having this paper, you have this this bill 23 or bill 25 is somewhere there. So it's also with sections and act and how the land work. And the way I understand it, on my side, it was like, the land has been stolen to us by force first. Out. You want your land. It doesn't matter even they're going to dip you in the river. As long as they're going to get the land. And then now, we said that the land is ours. It's our land. The land is ours. So the government, this is democratic. It's democratic in democracy now. And then now what is happening? The same government or the same democracy is still now making the bill. The bill that knows that it is in force of taking the land to us because you don't understand about the bills. So as kings or as chiefs, you have the land that will say, okay, this is your land. But at the end of the day, there's a bill will come sit on top of you. And that bill, there's lawyers there. And maybe you don't even have a lawyer. There's lawyers there that will take over everything, will against you and all that. You didn't sign anything, but you've been forced because of the bill. So I want that today, if we are talking about the land, can you explain about that bill thing, that all the kings right here, they do understand about this bill? I thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so I'm not going to speak to the bills as such because that is the documents, and the general idea here that one must start seeing is that they will create some document and they will bring it or they will make a public notice of that document. They will put it on their website, or they will publish it in the Gazette, or they will give public notification. Okay.
So if you don't know where your land started from, then they'll take everything from you.
Yes.
So we know when you are still standing
Okay. And okay, so would you like me to continue speaking that what I'm saying, or yes? Okay. So the trick that they are using is that they are bringing some papers, and like the lady said, maybe you're away, maybe you don't have a chance to answer, or maybe you think, what is this, and you throw it down on the ground and you say, it's got nothing to do with me. No, we must always answer, and we must always give notification, and we must have our own documents that we send to them, because the trick that they use is the one of silence. They will say something, and if we are silent, the law says if it is your duty to answer and you do not answer, then the party that's bringing the information, the document, he becomes that paper becomes the truth of the situation. So what we are doing now is we are using the government's own processes, the law's process, saying this is our document, this is what we are saying, and we shall send it to them, and if they don't answer it, we shall go through the process, the notification, the time to answer. Whatever the case may be, as that process goes, we send our documents to them. If they don't answer our documents, then those documents become the truth for us. And this is where we are being really, we can just look at what the government is doing because they are following the law. They not, maybe what they want to do is not such a good thing, but the process that they are following is a lawful process. So we can look at what they are doing and we can follow the same process, because equality under the law is mandatory. If that man can do something, then this man can do something. The same thing. And this is where we must go. We must put our documents in. We must demand an answer. We must wait for the answer, and if no answer is coming, then the truth of our documents stand. So it's the process that they do, that bill, that information, it's all the same. We must just make our documents, and this is the start of that, and maybe there's been other documents that have been fulfilled. And if they do not answer, at the end of the day, if they don't answer, we must not say, okay, that's good. What we must say is, in your not answering, this is now the truth for our community, for our kingdom. This is the way we are going forward, because you have not answered. When we don't answer, that's how they get the land, the permission by law to do what they're doing. But we must answer, and we must give our own documents for what we want to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much,
Okay.
King. That is General Assembly. Yes. Oh, there's one more question.
Another question. It is endorsement.
Thank you, sir.
From 1823, when started the titles in this country at Grahamstown. Now, from 1865, when they grabbed all our laws, and then we are right from 22 of November at Eastern Cape. They take the document to the river, but they keep it to the UST in Cape Town under the African study. I want to refer on that matter. What you are doing now, what you are doing, not what you are doing.
What we are doing, yes.
What you are doing today, it is the symbol to show the people They are not belong. The land is not belong to anyone. It belongs to God.
Yes.
But God needs people to utilize
Yes.
the land and harvest
Yes.
to give the nation.
Yes.
That is the strength I give you from today.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Any more questions on this? Are you asking? Okay.
That's it, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Is my committee speaking?
Tobela. My name is Wiseman. I'm from Limpopo, in the village called Hakibi, traditional village. Actually, I would like to take this opportunity to remind us, our people here, because I really cannot imagine our new Africa singaphelelanga. I'm saying this because of, if you remember very well, when the land was taken from our people, not only that we lost, but we've also lost our brothers and sisters, our grandmothers and grandfathers who were taken abroad in the form of slavery. So I'm standing here today to say, in the great opportunities that are coming before us, please let's not forget our people who are still overseas, who want to come back to Africa. Repatriation is a must. I'm one of the people, or one of the delegates representing the issue of repatriation. I'm representing Jamaica, I'm representing the Caribbean islands. If you check what is happening to our brothers, especially if you look in Haiti, what is happening in Haiti as we speak, those people, they also need what we're going through, the transition that we're going into. I believe we cannot say we are done leaving other people aside. All I'm saying to the kings today that are here, everybody that is here, I'm pleading on behalf of my brothers and sisters, my cousins out there, to say, please, they want to come back. The document, I don't know if maybe that is been included, but I know it's not there. So I'm saying, please, let's consider. Thank you.
There's one more, last two questions on the floor. Then we close this round for General Assembly. Melanie and Kinshasa and Mikey. Kanan, Zabupa Kumba.
Good afternoon, kings, chiefs, high chairs, the way we greet. I'm listening to everything that's going about regarding land and how we're going to fight government and how we're going to yield our land and be lifted or eradicating impoverishment. But there's a question. What about the land that's in the Western Cape, Northern Cape, along the Eastern Cape up to the Fish River, the Blood River? Hang on, sir. Where these Khoisans interlocked with other chiefs. How then do we, as being the Khoi with the San, coming from different houses, being the Korana, the Heshokwa, the way down. How then are we going to sit with our kings and chiefs? Because we are different set. We are Khoi Khoi and the San. And then we've got our kings and queens of different other traditional houses. We're all talking about how to yield, but we're not talking about sitting the presidents. Between the Khoi, the San, and all our chiefs combined. Let's table that first. Going forward.
Thank you so much, Melanie. She's from Western Cape, Messenbeck. I think the point that she has raised calls all of us to say we should not, as we try to come together and we separate at the same time. Because if you remember what the General said in his opening speech, the government is taking latitude and leverage on our division. So we must take a stand, a resolution collectively. When I see, I will say Heshekwa, as she has mentioned, not colored, or Korana or whatever. The Ngunis, Basutu, Bapedi, Batwana, all of us. Let us unite and be one. Let us speak in one language. The Buddha folks that are here, let us speak in one language, all of us. Then we can defeat the old ones who doesn't want to die. We will defeat them. There's more other speakers that are still online, like my brother Umbatu from Nigeria, from DRC. You are still on the platform, you're still going to get that platform, and many others that has. There's a king here, SPC, Cornelius Bota from Gunners, and then the foundation has already spoken. Ambassador Mekata, we are still on the agenda, on the program, to come and introduce, I think Dr. Sean will come and introduce Richard Rodriguez, about some treaty that we were signed earlier on, and so forth. So we're trying to cover everyone that is present here. Then we're going to give our chiefs 5 minutes presentation, and then I think from there we can have we can wrap up the meeting. But I saw another hand here. Okay, we will fall after the king. This gathering here, this parliament under these trees has been streamlined live. I've sent the links in some of the groups. If you are in those groups, just send someone at home to watch us when we are having this meeting. Thank you.
Manibulele lithuba endilifumanayo ukuthi sonke isithi bhodani. Ndibulele nale ba ndingadana right oma ngenyawo xa ndithetha. Funa ndihlale phantsi. Bendithanda uphendula utata lona, utata wena mthakazi. Kwinto zonke esiziqalile, what I'm trying to say, we are building the ark here. So we started Lando Konapa Gute, South Africa. We can't jump from South Africa, sing and zindo, so So Masibe face yearly along in South Africa and Africa as a whole. So now in this thing that is going on, ifuna ilando icho abantu abazithinka, not to say ukuthi ngoba mina ngingenanto enhle. We are there as kings to protect inkosi, we protect isizwe sonke silapha. And number 2, unosisothethe ngamakhweyisan. Amakhweyisan We've got East, South, West, East, Northern Cape, and Eastern Cape as a whole. We are together to that land all over the other side. That called East, South, and West. So what we have, Sifagokuma sanctions, do you understand what I'm saying? Eh? When you speak about Eastern Cape, to 9 provinces, they said Eastern Cape is the poorest province in one country. They are fighting with us, but we are still living. We've got the land, we protected the land for everybody of us. And the other thing, Sitang and so about general, we've got a lot of things that we can tell about it. See, we just forget about that. Now, your government use drugs, use everything to kill us, all of us. They will never sit down and think about it. So, so did we ever think about it? And now, I heard something here. I go fast. When you speak about money, you wanted to capture me first. It's rather than your name and get what? And get food. Right? So now, we are not going to need papers. What we're supposed to deal with, a food security. The money is just run away. We've got chiefs and kings that they, we've got chiefs that they sell the land before you get anything there. We suppose after you own land, lana. Sibuyen pants, Sibe gather together, and we take everything that the Puma who chief general. Because the knowledge in England, Nang nom do tan buteta ya pool. Buteta bega bin, namakama bega bin, and then I close the London everything to me. Now, what I'm trying to say, they started to capture your mindset, Langapat. So we're supposed to restore our mind, and then we're going to restore our people down there. So if you are not restored in Togo, you are not going to govern the people down there. The message is on you first. Started from you and know what you want. What do you need to change? And this is Bamde. But as Silapa Songe, Silapa Sizonikana Don, Sizonikana Ngondo. No good, how are we going to defeat the poor education that our children and us? The life that we are living is fake life, all of us. We eat ubuda, we fake, all of us. We drink water, we fake. Do you understand what I'm saying? So now, if you are a king, you're supposed to have to see the sea, something that the other people, they can't even see it. Other people, they go outside Bafunwa Market are not knowing Babulala Band. If we agree ourselves, we get in Gumkumbi and then we go forward. This is the time.
Okay. Guys, we are closing the chapter here, emancipation, because I think people understand now that there's the chances that we can be safe. I will help you, all of us sitting here. I remember it was the year 2020 when my father died, and then it was in the early hours of the morning in February on the 26th when my elders came to my house and said, since your father has died, it is now your turn to take over the throne of your forefathers and move forward. One thing that I rejected was to register with your government, your so-called government, because I don't want them to control me. That's the first thing. I got emancipated in 2009. I'm fully emancipated. I don't get grant. I don't qualify for anything in this country. For your information, I have no ITC profile. I can't buy anything. I buy everything cash. But they helped me so I can help myself. Because after I did the document, I got arrested. Henry McCarter knows. I got arrested 3 times in Potchefstroom for me refusing to listen to the police or listen to these people whenever they talk. Whenever they came to my village, I kicked them out. Even today, there's nothing that was built by government. Everything that is there, it was built by us. Even the poverty that is there, it accommodates us. But as long as we can still plant vegetables and feed our families and we have minerals, the first thing that we started with was kicking out the mine. When I took over, I kicked the mine out. I said, you're going to stop these operations on my land and you fuck off. They left my gold, my diamonds, and my copper, and my gold. I don't give a damn. Those things belong to my people. If they do not benefit my people, they can't benefit anyone else. I put my people first. And I'm saying to us as traditional leaders sitting here, with the land or without the land, I don't give a damn, because you were born with the land. If the jurisdiction of Durban is your CBD, is sitting on your land, you still reserved with the right to control the land, and you still have the right to say, I welcome the visitors on my land, live well, no bank can collect anything from you, because this is my land. Now, we need to work together, good people, because we are going to too many places. As they've said previously, the whole world is watching us. We've surpassed 130 long time ago. When you calculate the numbers that are here and numbers of people that you are going to give feedback to, we can easily say, if we do this every month in every province for 9 months, we are going to be winning people. We are going to win votes. Come elections, we are not voting as traditional leaders. We want no voting stations in our own community. They do not benefit us. So, entertain this coming round as we are going to embark on discussion, and then be active to conscientize even those who are at home, because the battle is not about you, it's not about us sitting here, it's about the millions of South Africans who are suffering, who are abused by the same government that's masquerading itself as a legitimate government. But today I strongly believe that the declaration that we will enter into, it is the same declaration and more powerful than the one that was made, that was agreed upon by the United Nations and the ANC and the government of the past. This agreement that we are doing covers us as the Asian people. And if these people want us to understand them and listen to them, and maybe we can think of giving their political system an opportunity in our land. But at the end of the day, we are sitting here as custodians of this land. It is not because we were given this land by anyone. This land is our birthright. When we were born, we were given the right to control this land, the soil, the plants, and the water. Everything that lives under this land was given to us by God, the creator of heaven and earth. They used the same words to turn against us and use them to control us. But I'm saying to you, this round is that round where we are going to now discuss the other documents. And then as it is, I will allow this document to circulate, so that those who didn't have an opportunity to read through this document, take your 5 minutes and browse it, and helicopter viewing on the document. We didn't print much documents, but the attendance register, probably they printed the document. But I will give you this document. The reason that I'm giving you this document, it was written for you, and then by you, some of the traditional leaders have contributed immense. The gentleman who was sitting here, was just sitting here to explain about the natural law, but the document is our own brainchild, because we told ourselves that we will draft our own laws this time, our own charter this time. We do not want anyone to draft our own charter, like the Freedom Charter that currently is there. It was not written by the people who were in Kliptown, it was imposed on them. So today we are sitting here, we are saying this document as it is sitting here, you have the right to take a pen and say paragraph 3. Why don't we discuss it now? We need to live here with a clear resolution when it comes to our own freedom and what we want. so that the 3 meter, the 10 meter banner that is longer than this is going to circulate around the country to make sure that each and every one is going to sign on an adopted document that will be adopted on the 9th of September. Let me tell you a deep secret about the 9th of September. On the 9th of September, let me say the September month, we are planting, Tina. Yesterday I was on top of a tractor planting. What were you doing yesterday? Those are the questions that we need to start asking ourselves and start working the land as traditional leaders and promote that those who have the land, like Tina who have the land, we must welcome other people who do not have the land as yet, as their land has been taken. Welcome them in our land so that they can also work the land. Help each other to work the land. To work the land, you do not need anything. You need to wake up in the morning, take your time, put water there, work the land. There is nothing that will disappoint you, like the land will not disappoint you if you take care of it. If you take care of it in 7 days, you see the future of the plant that you've planted, and you already see the future of your own. You can start counting dollars if you are a real farmer. I'm a farmer. And I'm saying to other farmers and other traditional leaders, there is no other way. We are trusting wrong people to feed our own people. And that was our biggest mistake a long time ago, to allow the people who are wrong to feed our nation. They gave them GMO, they gave them PMO, they gave them all those things. We as traditional leaders, we were sitting for 30 good years. I said to my father, many years ago, I said, Dad, the biggest mistake that you guys did was to allow the ANC, because the mandate of 1912 that your fathers gave the ANC was not to go and govern. Was to go and get the land and give us back the land. We didn't anticipate any political system of some sort. So from today, you are removed from the IEC. Remove yourself. There is no future in voting. Voting will you continuously sell your own freedoms. This country has traditional leaders, and leaders in our own committee who can do better than MMCs, who can do better than councillors, who can do better than, wherever there's a traditional leader and a councillor, there's dispute. Either the traditional leader will always be undermined. Why the traditional leader will be undermined? Because the traditional leader imposes a threat to a politician, because you are holding the superior rule. You are the superior than all these lumpen proletariats calling themselves politicians. You are their father. They must beg you for elections, for voting. If they do not beg you for voting, then on whose land those elections will take place? Because on the land of my forefathers, which is Gauteng, I can quote the corners, 4 corners, all 9 corners of my forefathers' land. If it was in accordance with me, elections must not take place. Because election is the reason that the cabal, we are renewing the mandate of the cabal. Every 4 years, you are renewing their mandate. You say to them, if we refuse today as the people of South Africa and do not vote, and as traditional leaders, we have the right reserved to approach the international community like we did previously with the apartheid government, to go and tell them that we do not recognize this government as it has done 1, 2, 3. We are living in a failed state. Driving just from Limpopo now to Joburg is more than 500. What do you call that? So economy is high and things, we are getting abused, we are getting killed on a daily basis. So the first thing first, Tina as Amakos, is the protection of our own land, our protection of our own God-given unalienable rights. But above everything that we can protect as traditional leaders, we must be in the position to control and to protect the laws. That means that when Masugala as traditional leaders, we are going to establish our traditional courts, and we are going to take matters, divert matters from their courts to our own courts. so that we can be able to resolve them, so that the people can have the final voice. Because the reason we are where we are today is because the voice of the people, judiciary, get compromised because one man has to make a decision, or a panel of 5 people who are actually accessible at any God-given time. So it is now or never. But the future is coming. We are going to be able to appoint the jury of our choice so that we can be judged by our own peers, so that matters can be speedily resolved within the system. Angeke sisazotolerate this system yokuthi thina xa as amakhosi sifuna umhlaba wethu protectiwe silimelwe senzelwe. We have been told about the budget. Because this is the honest truth. This thing of budget, but when politicians want Mercedes-Benz and BMWs, there is no budget that is being asked. They go get those cars. But our traditional leaders risk lives on a daily basis, on the roads, on the streets, in the offices that are not even protected. So, Makosi, we have the opportunity today to discuss these things, take a sober resolution, understand where we want to go as traditional leaders. Let's work together, of course. The thing that is going to happen if we can't take resolutions about ourselves. The same ANC government next year in February is going to elections or March, and they're going to renew their mandate. Now, Tina, we have the opportunity and the first hand. We can approach the international community this coming week. We can also approach the same United Nations that controls by the Kaaba to inform them that we recognize our sovereignty and our God-given unalienable rights. We are now, as the people of South Africa, saying, and as traditional leader, we want the referendum to take place in South Africa, where we, the people of South Africa, we can make a decision, because the inequality started in 1994 when we were taken to shoot 2 elections, to go and vote for what government, for what laws, what do we understand? The problem that happened in 1994, we have the power to rectify it today. And we can utilize the resources, the time, the energy that we have, the voices that we have to fight this thing. Because the biggest problem that we have is the same IECs, the same departments, the same ministers, the same councillors are part of the corruption. So we cannot trust them anymore. The same police now, we are approaching them to tell them that we were not recognized by these idiots in the land that actually belongs to our forefathers. So we are informing them that we do not recognize any ANC government or any government of some sort. And we are, as traditional leader, if you've emancipated, your people are emancipated automatically, because they didn't ask to be colonized in the first place. They were forced, they were colonized. They didn't ask to be colonized. Now, for them to be decolonized and for them to be free, they do not need to sign any paper. You, as a traditional leader, because our traditional leaders gave the ANC mandate in 1910. So we don't know other meetings that they had prior to that. So we are emancipating ourselves. And we are setting ourselves free so that we can set our people free. Those who want to kill us, like those who want to kill us, we are saying to them, God bless them, let them do as they wish. But Tina as Amakosi, we are not even taking our wealth, our land. Our land is our land, and it has been taken. And we are signing the allodial of our own land and the full title of our own land. And we are not going back on that one. If they want to challenge us, we are prepared for ideas, but not for guns. Because why? We are people of peace. We are traditional leaders. And then whenever I'm asking you, traditional leaders, at your gates, at your doors, you must raise a white flag. It's a symbol of peace. That home belongs to the people of peace. And there's no police or any other person in terms of the law of peace. Because if you check the military law teaches you that there's the law of peace, the law of any battle. When they go to the battleground, there's laws that are applicable there. So we, the people, are at peace. So let's always symbolize this peace. Even when we march, demonstrating or meeting in any gathering, white is our color because it symbolizes the unity among all our kingdoms. Malibuye izwe lethu ubuyile umhlaba wethu. Thank you.
Yes, gentlemen, not to speak against, but Governor General said now, but we shall not raise a white flag. That is the symbol of surrender. But we shall raise a flag with a white dove on it. That is the symbol of peace. White flag, surrender. White dove, peace. And thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We are proceeding with our program. There was these 5 horses that I've read about, and then you tell me which one maybe we should eliminate. There happens to be a royal horse which has been used for royal purposes, you know. Then we had a second horse that is called, you want to know about the 4 other horses? No? I'll come to that. Let me call my team here. Remind me about the last 4 horses. Yes. Are you coming? Okay, let me give you.
Bayete. Okay, I'm Gosi Charlie from Tanzania. It's in Cape, along the coast, the neighbor of America. Yes. What I'm here for is to listen, and also to take and do some notes. The speech that was being delivered right now from Tanzania, I'm going to take it to task. Number 1, we said all the parties must not campaign in our jurisdictions. Number 2, if one people they experimented that. Right now they are approaching every corner. People say that initiation program as leaders traditionally they make that thing as an event. They want the faces of our people. So what was announced here, the whole already doing it. It is possible. So I'm here to say, if you are brave enough, you can move. But if you are a coward, sit down and watch. But we know that this country is not the country. This country is a space of economy displacement for those who've got money. If you can go to Google and read your company, you will find that you won't find anything that says South Africa. But it is going to appear as a ZA. It shows that there's no land, but the place of economy for those who've got power to do it. Let's thank for this gathering, because now before it is too late, let's implement it. Because tomorrow is going to be another day. Let us collect everyone who's got the interest of this place, not this country, but of this place, to make it to happen. Right now, our God has made these bodies to be inactive. All of them are hungry. All of them are greedy. All of them are looking for each and every cent to eat it. But those cents are for our people. I'm here to say, let's move forward before it is too late. This place is empty right now. I think Tuxback, there's an answer that this guy has run out of money. No one is going to be getting a bonus. No new employment, which means this is the space. Let's occupy it. Those councillors, from the vocabulary word of it, the councillor is an advisor of the king. But now today, in our Xhosa nation, councillor is Uteba. I asked them, what do you mean by Uteba? Uteba, I want to remove the king and take over. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it. Right now, bridges are falling out. Rivers are falling out. Everything is falling apart because our God is here for us. So we're not elected, but we have been made by our Creator. Let's take that opportunity and utilize it. And our people, fortunate for us, they say that, where are you? The country is going away out of our hands. Where are you, the kings? Where are you, the chiefs? They don't ask the councillors. They don't ask the Ramaphosa, they don't ask the premiers, but they ask the kings, and unfortunately, they don't have an answer. Let's go now onwards. Let's go back and say something, but don't announce it. When I want to have someone who's not a visitor or a friend, and say that, oh, by the time on the night of this day, we're here to cook. Well, this is not a cook. No, it is the 2 cents for our people. Do you know that by this time we are going to be like this? Let's go. Let us invite all the parties that are interested in this program, especially the Europeans, all the organizations, and say that it is done for AIDS.
Thank you, my chief, Chief Charlie. Thank you so much. I lost your numbers. I lost my phone, by the way, in Bangkok. There was nyaga. Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, now, I've got 4 horses now that are left. I've noted you, man. I've noted you. The table. Closer. No, we can do it.
Because the sun is open. Let's
take this one close so that not this
That is why. Relative this shade. When the sun. Yes.
So, my 4 horses. The second horse is a fighting horse. This one we use it when we go to battles, when we want to defend. My question to you, there's one horse that I want you to eliminate. Tell me which horse is that. Now, we have a fighting horse which the warriors, Amaputo and Nani, they use to go and defend the nation using that fighting horse. Then we've got another horse, a racing horse. This one, it is being used by other people who do not own it to bet and make money out of it. You understand? This is a racing horse. It makes money and it likes making money for others, not for the owners. You understand? They bet they get $1 million US, they bet they get 5,000 million, whatever millions are there in dollars. It's a racing horse. Tell me which one we must eliminate. Then we have a hunting horse, we use it to hunt so that we can get food and bring it for our community. Then we've got the last one, the royalty or kinship horse. That one we use it for shows. We use it. You understand? That horse. But the one horse here must be eliminated. Which one? The racing horse. Let's take out the racing horse. I agree with you, my chief. Are you saying the racing horse? Let's take this racing horse, and we are remained with 4 is better for us, ne? All right. Let me call Ubatu. What is his name? My brother, can you come? He's a prince from DRC. It's a Peter, can't pronounce all your name. Yes. Ubanja. Ubatu. Yes. Can you give us a message of support? Thank you so much.
Mayete. Jambo. My name is Ubatu Wilonja. I'm from Democratic Republic of Congo. I think each one of you know the country very well. It's one of the biggest country and it's also rich. The country has a lot of potential that the mineral that it has, it can even feed even the whole Africa. And also the country itself
it has rainfalls that also can even reach the Africa and also beyond. But I'm here to present a company called Nyota ya Ishara. It's a company that does agriculture, and then this company works hands in hands with the kings to support the company. So I'm on the behalf of Mr. Andy Komana, is the one who invited me here with his program for health training. That he say he's got a program that is going to take it out from South Africa to the whole Africa. So I get our company get interest with his company and we intro to the kings. They say, no, this is what the kings are bringing now is very important. So the only thing that I can just say, like on the, an example, like since we were living as like kids, we normally go to the kings and say, kings, look what is happening in our village. People are dying with pandemic. King will say, no, go and look for the solution for you. So as children, we are coming here to look for the solution to the kings to help us. So this project that Mr. Andy Komana that he brought to our country, it's going to help the whole of Africa and also in our Democratic Republic of Congo in particular. So the country is open and also is working with the government of DRC that it says is going to open the program of 145 territories that it needs to be developed in Democratic Republic of Congo. So King Your Majesty, we are welcome to go to Congo and help the people of Congo. Thank you so much.
I'm coming. Thank you so much. Sana General, you heard from the Prince. I'm going with Mr. Komana in DRC the 20th of this month. We are invited there. Right now, I'm going to call Nkosazana, the Princess Ndashe, because I'm told she's rushing somewhere. So before she leaves, I would love to honor and give her this platform to say. And after her, we have the King. Let me see.
Nkosazana Tashe. She's representing the traditional
King Cornelius Botha. After the princess, it will be you. Thank you so much. Princess Tashe.
And will you say we constitute Yabakhethwa Spiritual Institute. Ithe mangithola lesimemo ngathi nami makhe ngisondele so that ngizondlulisa umlayezo kumakhosi nenzokwazi nobukhosi at large. I've been listening, but it is time that we go back to the beginning. General said earlier, before as leaders, kings would go to the mountains and pray for whatever situation. So we need to lay a foundation that is spiritual. That's where everything begins. We can do things physically, but they cannot materialize. But when we go back, we speak to our forefathers. We speak to our foremothers. We reconnect with them. That way, we'll be able to reconnect with the Creator, Kamata, because when we are here, we were all anointed. We were not chosen by people, but it's a calling. Being a leader, it's a calling. That needs Ubuti. You always connect to the one that has sent you. You cannot do things but you must always connect with the Spirit, and ask that, okay, my grandfathers, my grandmothers, you sat me on this throne, you sat me on this position. What do you need me to do? You ask for their guidance. That way, if we go back and reconnect with them, all that is being planned here today will happen. So I pledge that from now on, and I also suggest that in each and every province, as kings, we organize that special day so that we gather together. It doesn't have to be in a mountain, it can be in the kingdom. So that we pray. There's a ritual that we do so that we ask our forefathers, because they are no longer there. It's a fight, labor by loser. And it's our task to so that we ask them that you gave us a task to do. So can you please come together, support us as humans, support us, so that what we are doing, what we are trying to do, I wouldn't say trying because it's what it's been done, it's what we are doing. Can you please support us and give us power and give us strength so that what we are dreaming of doing, that what you wanted to do ages ago, we are able to go on. So my kings and queens, I'd suggest that we do that. It can be in 3 months, we go to one province, just to do that ritual and ask the elders to assist us, to ask Ubelingqayi to assist us. And that way, and I bless this day that, from Abasuli, may God give them strength and may God give them power so that when you do things, the truth always protects you. You stand ngeqiniso lakho, awusheki. That way iqiniso linguNkulunkulu, and when you talk the truth, uNkulunkulu uyakusela. So what I'm saying, ukuthi hlalani eqinisweni lenu. Yeah, and don't be a people's pleaser. Because at the end of the day, I'm sure you can agree with me, most of you, at the end of the day, when you go to sleep, you pretend during the day to be something that you're not. You pretend because you don't want to say your truth, because people will hate you. I always say, rather, I'm loved by 5 people than a million people. Oh, yes. So, and that has been my motto. And it doesn't matter. What's important to me is that whoever, that is my great grandfathers and mothers that have put me where I am today. As long as they are happy with what I'm doing, and as long as is happy with what I'm doing, it doesn't matter. People will join me along the way. So, children of the soul, masibambaneni njalo. Sibambaneni ngeqiniso. uThixo abusise. May God bless everything that has been done. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Princess. Photos. Please, before the princess goes. Our next speakers, can you stand on this side for for you to be closer to the camera and the voice audio so that can be captured audibly by the camera people there. Thank you so much. Thank you. Our king is the one.
Kaiches. Hula. Bayete. Honorable leaders and royalties of South Africa. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here. And thank you very much for the leadership that starts the journey long before. But before they reach the end of their journey, I make sure that I am the outside horse that comes from the back and be here at the front. The horse.
Yes.
You know, when I hear and I said, okay, but why must I do it in my side in a silo? Let's unite. So I am Senior Paramount Chief King Gona Cornelius Botha from the Khoisan San. But the tribe I'm coming from is the Gonaqua. And if people can understand or know the history, Gonaqua is the mother nation for the Xhosas, because they are born, they are offsprings of us because of intermarriages. This is where it comes. So when I'm standing here, I know who I am. And I want to say to the kings here today, I am so happy for God giving us the opportunity as leaders to come to our real sense about what is our purpose as kings. And I want to say thank you for the legal team, but the Gonas that are with me for a few years would understand that the Gonas already started emancipate in 2015. And whenever we have our ritual or ceremonies, then we say to ourselves, we are not a slave of the slave masters. Because that is what they want us to believe of all our years. My king, General, when you start speaking, I say to myself, hey, I don't know. But I know that I am at the right place. My leadership. Yes, it's my brother, he's sitting here. Oh, no, not at all. Let's really forget about west, east, north, wherever KwaZulu, that it wasn't there. It wasn't there. Let's speak the truth. It wasn't there. There was only one South Africa. When you start with divisions, because now I'm worried about my people here in the Limpopo. So I'm asking the kings of Limpopo who are there, please don't forget the Khoi and the San people that are there. Don't walk over them, because your people is also there by me in the Eastern Cape, in the Western Cape, and wherever. So we need to embrace one another's cultures, and so that we unite and come together and build a beautiful, strong human race. that God can be proud of. The reason why we don't have any rains, the reason why we don't have any good season is because of the evil spirit of division that comes into the country and it demolishes everything. That's why we pray and we don't receive. I started last year changing my mind and said I can't go follow this system. I must follow this thing that I have in my heart. And I'm begging you today, forget about politics and whatever, because it won't bring you there. It won't bring you there. It will bring you here. And you will be tomorrow like this bottle. It's only good where there's something in it. When it's empty, you just throw it away. I want to ask my honorable leaders, when I look at you, I only see koi. I don't see colors. Because koi means man. Didn't mean a nation, a race, or whatever. You are a koi. I said the other day for my white Afrikaner kois, I said, you are Afrikaner kois from today. Finish and clear. Just as someone said to you that you are that, you are what you are because from today the king has spoken. And the other day when I was in the land claims court, I wanted to challenge my sister who was afraid of emancipation. Don't be afraid. God is on your side. And our lives, as we're sitting here, are not in any politician's hands. It's in the hand of God. I sat in the court when they open a case for land grab. I said, okay, I'm coming to court, don't worry. In court, I asked, which land did I grab? Which? Whose land? I asked the judge, whose land? Come, tell me. Let me tell you, your forefathers and my forefathers were forced off our land. Was that not grab? Was that not land grab? So tell this man, this white man, tell him, I didn't grab the land. It is my land. And when she do her verdict, 3 months later she wrote something very, very profound. She said, I can't say a word over what my king has said. And she threw the case out. And they lose everything. Let me tell you, you are powerfuler than you think. But you just need to know who you are. I am not a colored. And I was never a colored. And I won't be a colored. Because my mind is not like a colored. Because a colored is confused. It's a lot of stuff that you put it together and you mix it together. Hey, I am not stupid. I'm not mixed. I'm not Democrat. I know who I am. I know my father. I know my mother. I know my brother. But I don't know color. Yes. So leadership, I support this move. 100%, but please. That's why I'm here. My sister from the Griquas. Where are you?
Melanie. Stand up, Melanie.
Wait for me. From Cape Town. Don't worry, I'm here to protect the land of our forefathers. Our forefathers. And I don't care who say what. I'm telling you, not even the police. And that is, I want to end here. You know what? Not even the police have jurisdiction over me. They know it. In the Western Cape, they know it. I told them, the legal team, when they come and tell me about this constitutional question, I said, okay. How high? And I jumped. They sent my own brother with a constitution, and I jump like a flank. You know, Mos? The flank is the one that goes for the height. And I bring that ball down. I said, I and my forefathers don't give consent to this constitution, so it means it's invalid. It is invalid because did you give consent?
No.
My king, did you give consent?
No.
Your forefathers?
No.
No? So if you don't give consent then? They didn't ask you? Even when you could understand, they didn't come to your house or call you to office and said, hey brah, do you know that this is South Africa? Yes? Do you know, did you give us power to rule you? Yes? No, they didn't call.
Yes.
But they're supposed to do that.
Yes.
Because when I rule you, I am here. I'm asking you a question. I've got something that our people already done. Days and days, and I want to enter for this one. You don't follow me just because you think you're clever. I'm asking you, are you prepared to suffer? Are you prepared? Because I'm not a politician that says this today and tomorrow I say that. I stand on my word. So if you can stand on your word, you sign. There's a document that you sign in our kingdom, so that I know I must be protected at all times. Leadership. Afrikaner broer, vrienden van mij. Broeder Bon, wie jullie is. Kom ons padaan man. Kom ons staan samen. Nou niet broeder Bon, ik weet jullie niet.
Broeder Volks.
Broeder Volks.
They sold our land out years ago.
Oh. So yeah, leave them. You are my brother. Okay, fine. Leave that. But what I'm trying to say, let's take hands and fight this fight together as one. Amase.
Yeah, we bit by bit we are eliminating the horse. The king is saying, I came here riding a horse. That is a royalty horse, a good horse. But this one we must eliminate. We must eliminate.
Yes.
Say we must eliminate.
We must eliminate.
Princes and princesses, my queens and kings, my chiefs, and all members that are here of the community, esteemed members, and our guests. I'm talking like a parliamentarian now. I want to call bit by bit we are trying to unfold what is emancipation process, like the king has just said now. So, and the princess also said it cannot be a one-day process. It should be a continuing process. Sometime we will be in Eastern Cape, Western Cape, KZN and so forth. So we are driving the ship as from now. I'm going to call upon now Bishop Soli Lalamani Imperial come up front to come and share with us what you have to say to us that we need to hear. Thank you so much. As we clap our hands for you.
Your Majesties, good afternoon. Is it still morning or afternoon? It's a great privilege for me to be standing here to address this August gathering. You have heard the bit of what was the introduction to say Bishop, and I'm calling us to a book that I want us to read. Maybe if you didn't have it, put it on your mirror so that we can then engage. Firstly, there's the first cap that I'm gonna be putting on. This is what I want to give to us here. It's Just want to see the technology whether it allows. Yes, it does. It says in the book of Ecclesiastes, that's chapter 10. And we are going to look at let's just look at verse 5, 6, and 7. It says, there is an evil I have seen under the sun, the sort of an error that arises from a ruler. Now here is the evil. He says, it's not me. Please, I'm putting a disclaimer. It's this book. It says, fools are put in high positions. It's a disclaimer. General, it's a disclaimer. Whilst the rich occupies the low ones. Now verse 7 kills me. It says, I have seen slaves on horsebacks, while princes go on foot as slaves. Now, when you contextualize what I've just said, it says the position is upside down. As a matter of fact, I had a question, I think it's going to be answered today as we are going to look and sign. In this August assembly, why all the time was not the one that is assigning the presidency to go serve the people, whilst the president assigned this August occasion to go serve the people that are already assigned under us. That's number one. In other words, our servants are our masters. And if there is one thing that is dangerous over the time that I've seen, is to see the power of poverty. It usurps the authority from those that are higher and gives authority to those that are lower. On behalf of the imperial banks, I am here to propose a good partnership when it comes to the treasury. The establishment of a treasury. There is no kingdom without a treasure. As a matter of fact, when the Queen of Sheba visited Solomon, what made her to be so much interested in his stories was the fact that she came carrying treasure. I wonder if how many of us as Your Majesties will come with treasure. In my other cap, I am also a concept developer in terms of bringing the actual realization of economies that are handed over to people. I've got more than 15 huge projects that I designed, which were shot somewhere along the way. They don't exist anywhere, which were going to emancipate people at their different levels. And the economy that talks one to another. Just to give an example, we've got two major townships, Soweto and also Soshanguve. The question is that these two townships do not talk to one another. So an economy happening in Soshanguve cannot be translated into Soweto. A young lady on the street sewing shoes cannot be sold in Soshanguve because the mechanism of transportation is disjointed. So my challenge to us is that in our great kingdoms, they are what we call economic drivers. People don't settle just for the sake of settling. They settle because there is an economy that is driving and being driven around. So I want to challenge your majesties as we're going to have a treasure. I have visited many kingdoms in trying to encourage development. And whenever I arrive at a kingdom, I am looked at to say, you have brought the money. So give me the money. As a matter of fact, we call it the honorarium to the kingdom. But the kingdom that I'm honoring has nothing to honor. That's the sad story. They should treat me to the best. So here is what we are saying. I concur very much with my sister there to say this story must change. This story, this one that I read, that princes are on foot while slaves are on horseback. Oh, let's put it in our today time. Slaves are driving Rolls Royce while princes are walking on foot. So I want to challenge us to say, as we're partnering for the economic processes, I spoke as a bishop, I spoke as a concept developer, but I also speak also as a true and legitimate African. I don't have another home. This is my continent. And therefore, let us share in the resources. One thing that I always ask, perhaps you will answer me, and I sit down. Why is it that I only own 1 meter of the ground that I have? Why should I own 1 meter? Who's owning the rest? Perhaps you'll answer me later. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pastor Lalamani, Ambassador, and in fact, this Bishop Soli Lalamani, for a wonderful speech that you have given us. I'm appealing to all kingdoms that are here that we must appoint ambassador here as our treasury, a head of our treasury in all kingdoms. We must also appoint we give you mandate as kingdoms to be the head of our treasuries. We appoint Andrew Komana as a consulting a company to bring investors to our various kingdoms. We are appointing already. Starting with me. Yes, no, we are appointing already. All the kingdoms that are here. Thank you so much. I'm going to give now.
Back to the Carter.
I'll call Donald Pillay immediately because he wants to leave, and then after him, I'm going to give Kosi Tai. Then after him, I give Ambassador Makata. I think we were closing our program now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Donald Pillay. Standing this way. My name is Donald Pillay. Not with a Y at the end, because Y is a crooked letter, it can't be straightened. It's spelled with an AI, like artificial intelligence, but I got the real thing. So just before coming here, in my haste to get here, I thought I would get here quicker if I put a little Red Bull in my coffee. But halfway down the highway, I realized I left my car at home. So I'm telling you that I belong to a group of companies headquartered in the USA and Botswana and Tanzania. So we have a mandate for a number of commodities to China. In fact, we're sitting right now with a vessel going out with the first shipment of coal to China at Richards Bay Terminal. We have a contract for 100 million tons of coal. That is a minimum quantity, and a mandate for a whole load of other commodities. Our plan is to use the revenue that we get from the exports to invest that into the farms and the land in Africa. Wherever you are, if you got land, we'll come in there and get to invest with you. And we have a product, one particular product that will surprise you, that if you follow the blueprint, you can become a millionaire in 1 year. Okay. Unfortunately, I had to run. I meant to spend the rest of the day here, but you can get information from Dr. Ali and also King Mayongo about our projects and what we are doing and how we want to empower the rural communities, empower each and every individual to be a freestanding individual where you will be able to fend for yourself, feed your own family and the children and the children's children to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Donald, for that presentation that you've just given us. I'm now calling Kosi Tai.
Sanibonani. Lona omi phambi kwenu ngusiboniso kwamathenjwa from the Mathenjwa tribe in the mountains of Engwavu. Abaziyo ke kuthiwa komhlaba uyalingana lapho kuyalingana la awulingani wathi uyaveza inhloko nje siyakushaya. It's an honor to be here, but under the leadership of a great idea. I'm not going to unpack it. I've got my leader here. I am just positioned as a chief intelligence officer, so I don't talk a lot, but I observe a lot. So I want to introduce my leader here from the Baroka chiefdom in Sekhukhune. President, Prime Minister, and Thai Munye, to unpack it to you. A spiritual leader, I don't know what to say, but over to you, sir.
Ayete, 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 ayete. Mata, 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 mata. Dinaga, Dinaga, Dinaga. The land is ours. The land is ours. Thank you so much. The Majesty is here.
I'm so very grateful to be here. First and foremost, let me thank the organizers, our kids here, our leaders. Please give them a big round of applause for organizing this event. Please, thank you so much. I will actually provide solution for many of the challenges that you mentioned here. Many of you asked very critical questions. And what I like is that there's that spirit of unity. When I listen to the Majesties, all of them from the Khoisan community, the Quran and others, they are all speaking unity, which is very much important. So, I'm representing but Freedom in South Africa. Freedom in South Africa is FISA. FISA is a new political party that was established by us, the Kings, after suffering many years of struggle in this country. The leader just introduced me that I'm from the Baroka Kingdom in Sekhukhune. Let me also acknowledge His Majesty Kim Magigele from Bapalabora, our brother and our leader amongst us together with the other Majesties. We've been struggling for the past 13 years, fighting for our land, fighting for our rights, fighting against corruptions. When they removed the SASSA grants from tribal authorities, we are proud to be one of the kingdoms that wrote the government a letter and asked them simple questions. Why are you disadvantaging our grannies and our SASSA beneficiaries and sending the grants payments far away from the people? And we could not get the answer. We marched to Union Buildings 2019. We marched with firefighters. We marched with soldiers. We marched with the police. In South Africa, there are more than 10,000 people who are exploited in the police, in the defense, in the emergency services as reservists. And I'm lucky that I'm a former soldier. I'm the general, like my leader here. I'm the general from the military, from the emergency services. And I'm also an international lecturer. And many of your children, they know me from Tshwane University of Technology. I've been there for a couple of years until 2019, when the ancestors said, enough is enough, take this battle to these people. At the time, we've done everything. We occupied the offices. Here in Johannesburg, you will remember, I'm the one who was leading the 500 reservists in Johannesburg to occupy Mayor Mashaba's office, demanding for the employment of the reservists in the city of Johannesburg. In Jogabi as well, Eastern Cape, we were there to fight with the government to employ firefighters permanently. All the provinces, in Limpopo, in Mpumalanga, Nelspruit, everywhere. Then at the end, after knocking in different doors, including all the opposition parties, giving them all heaps of documents, talking to lawyers, charging us money, we've done everything. And we got nothing. Then we went back to our ancestors and we asked them a simple question: what do we do? We are kings, we are suffering, we have no power and control, we lost the land, we lost the minerals, we have nothing. They are reduced us to just be useless beings in our communities. We don't have water. We don't have internal roads. Our livestock are stolen. We are killed every day in South Africa. 70 people are killed. More than 40 women are raped in South Africa. So, with all those challenges, we went back to say, what do we do? We were using the professional way, the legal route, and every route to try and achieve freedom. But we failed. Then they said to us, you have the spiritual power. I want you to listen carefully. The ancestors, our God, said to us, you have the spiritual power, you have the knowledge power, and you have the networking power. With this power, you can take these people out and remove them. we have three powers. The spiritual power as the kings, together with our traditional healers and our reverends and all the religious people. We have the spiritual power. Now, after that message, we went to draft the first strategic document. We now thought of this much stress in the parliament, what they see, what we see every day they're doing, fighting, you know, all those things. And we said, but this is not our area. We are kings, we are professionals, and all these things. We can't. But they said, that is the only way. If you use these three powers, you can gain political power and what you call economic power. Now, I listened to questions here. Firstly, let me say, in South Africa, there are 4 problems. I want you to listen carefully. We have sub-problems, but there are 4 main problems. If our diagnosis is not correct, our solution will be wrong. As a senior traditional healer for over 20 years, I know if I diagnose a patient, if the diagnosis is wrong, the solution will be wrong. Now, the first problem is the capitalist system that is making the richer more richer and the poor more poor. This system is supported by the policies. This is the second problem. The policies that are underpinning the system. The Constitution says the land belongs to everyone who's living in it. How possible is that? And we have been told that this is the best constitution in the world. We have the best constitution in the world, the best education system. But check our problems, from triple challenges to over 40 challenges. So why this best constitution and best education is not solving the problem? Go check at the university. When I resigned, I graduated over hundreds of students. PhDs, masters, honors degrees, they are graduating. Every semester, people are graduating. But go check what's happening on the ground. There are only 6 million people who are working. Out of 6 million, 800,000 people are the public servants, government employees. Go check all the government departments. They are understaffed. I'm a former soldier. Soldiers are understaffed. Very low number, plus minus 80,000. Police understaffed. Nurses understaffed. Social workers, teachers, everyone. Then the question is, why are they not employing these graduates to compensate for the staff shortages? It goes back to the system. It is because of the system. They want to make money with the overtimes, with the tenders, and so forth. There are 5 million tender jobs in South Africa. Security jobs, cleaning jobs, and maintenance jobs. 5 million. You can count them. Only these 3. But because of the system, they are continuing to enrich themselves. Let me go to the third problem. I said there are 4 problems. The capitalist system and the policies. When we are talking about the bills here, we are playing in their hands. We are playing in their hands. I become very angry when kings want to play in the hands of the wrong people. But there are the reasons. I'll explain the reasons. Let me finish here. The third problem is the managers of the system. What you see as leaders, they are not the leaders. They are managing the system for self-enrichment. And the fourth problem is us. We ignored politics. We are less informed about what is happening around us. We have the power of unity, but we are not using it correctly. That's why we continue to suffer. Look at this number today. They are the same number of people from our own tribes that are opposing what we are doing. And that comes to the question that the leaders and my sister asked earlier on, that how do we move out of this? If we follow those international rules of self-determination, we agree with them. But we are in their hands. They give us IDs. We are all having IDs. We are all driving here with licenses. We all have bank cards and many other things. We are playing in their hands. So there are 3 ways. I'll share with you the solution. There are 3 ways. The legal way, that's what colleagues here we are pursuing, is the legal route. But go check the judiciary. Who's appointing the judiciary? It's the same people. So do you think they will give you justice or they'll give us justice?
Never.
Never, until we go down. So that's one, the legal route. The political route, which is the political system that they are using, is the second route. But before I talk about this political system, let me talk about this third one. I'll come to this one. The third route is the force route, using force. Check what is happening in Africa. I'm disappointed with the kings there. Soldiers are now taking power using arms. Why? Because the kings are not there. They are not united. So if kings are not united, ordinary people will come take power. Are we safe if soldiers can take power? I'm a soldier, I'm a former soldier. Let me tell you, we are not safe. Why? Because they are using force. So once you use force, then the democracy is compromised. Yes. We must be careful. But again, check what happens in a war. And I'm very happy that there's a brother from DR Congo. I was in DR Congo in 2003, in that war zone. In a war, there are casualties. People are killed. People are killed. When they are talking about 10 million displacement now in Ukraine, they are talking about the whole Gauteng province. No one is here anymore. 10 million displacement. So this is not the right way. I've been in DR Congo, I've been in Burundi, 2005 war zone. We lost 6 soldiers in 2005. In 2003, we lost 7 soldiers. When it was Christmas Day, those 7 soldiers were there with us. We were mourning for them instead of celebrating. Now, what I'm saying here is, then we are left with 2 options. Because once we choose a war, we are going to fight with everything at our disposal. We are going to suffer with our grannies, our obas, our children. Go check what is happening in DR Congo. You'll be shocked. My brother there will tell you. When you go out of the house, it's yourself, your children, a small school bag. You leave, you will never go back. They kill, they cut, they do everything. Now, this is not the right route. Now, we have 2 options here. This option of the politics is what we are talking about. This is the current system that they are using. They are using political system. Political system is a game of numbers. Check how many people voted for ANC in the last election. 6 million people. South Africa has got how many people? 60 million. How many people voted for DA? 4 million. I'm giving you statistics now. How many people voted for EFF? 1.2 million. Where are the rest of the people? They are saying, we are tired of this voting. Why? Because it doesn't change our lives. So what is the problem? The problem is, let's take ownership of the problems. We did a big mistake. When ANC was formed in 1912, was formed by the chiefs. Along the line, they removed them and changed the laws. That's why today the land belongs to the municipality. The chiefs are not into politics. Religious leaders are not in politics. Academics are not into politics. Who's in politics? You can check all the categories of leadership. Traditional leaders, religious leaders, business leaders, community leaders, even sports leaders. Those leaders are not there. But we allow them to lead us. Those people are our children. As the kings of South Africa. What is important is to understand what is happening so that we can take a decision, the correct decision. So I'm saying there are 2 ways. Self-determination, we understand, is possible. In fact, it is given. But our people are hungry. Yesterday we suffered. People didn't get SASSA. what happened? People don't have money to buy food, and that's where the division comes in. Once you don't have money, and then it's going to be difficult to wait for the plants and everything to come up and start to eat. That's the problem. In my language, I will say we depend, and they created a dependency system. We are depending on the government for many things. For SASSA, 17 million people in South Africa are the SASSA recipients. 17 plus 6 is 23 million. 37 million people in South Africa, we don't know how they survive. 37 million. That's why crime is high. That's why people are stealing all over, and there are a lot of cases every day. So, we as the kings of South Africa, we need to take ownership of the problems and come with the right strategy. Look at our former colonizer, Britain. They used a simple system. They combined 4 countries, England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland, to form a united kingdom. They are under the constitutional monarchy. Go try and get a piece of land in there. You'll never. You can't go there and do what people are doing in South Africa. King Prince Charles III is the king of England. And below the king is the politicians, the prime minister. And this is the system that can help us. It's not only Britain. Go check United Arab Emirates. They are rich. Their minerals are not helping one person. They are helping the entire community. Check Dubai today. From being dust and rubbish country, or whatever you may call it, now is the world-class country. Rich because of the kings. United Arab Emirates, they brought all the kings together to unite. With unity, then you all go forward. But here in South Africa, the unity is difficult. Why is difficult? We are depending on the government. Some other traditional leaders who are earning a salary, it takes them one word to just change, or one brown envelope to change completely. Check what they are doing now. They are visiting every traditional authority or tribal authority with gifts, bags of money. When we are saying the king here, we are talking about you. And they give money. When they leave, that person starts to confuse his community. So we are saying, as traditional leaders, let's agree that we've made a big mistake by living our lives under the control of the wrong people. Those people are our children. So our ancestors said to us, you can't defeat them if you don't join them. This is a file that we created when we were fighting. When you open an initiation, you fight. Everything is corruption. You pay bribes, money, everything. We met some of the leaders who had the same problem. We marched. We used our numbers. We marched. But even today, over 10 memorandums and letters, nobody responded. That's why we formed the Freedom in South Africa. It was because of the answer from our ancestors. You have the spiritual power, you have the knowledge power, you know yourself, you know who you are, you know where you come from, and you understand the system. And you also have the networking power. We are many. I'm representing a big community, including soldiers, firefighters, and everybody. Check my cases. I have big cases. If there's any strong lawyer who can win cases, I have this heap of files. Come, don't tell me you want money. Win the cases. There's money in the cases. I paid many lawyers for administration, lots of money. But at the end, we got zero. That's why we are now taking the political route. Why? Because it's a game of numbers. We need 6 million voters to just take these people down, implement the system that we want, which is the monarchy system. We call it a constitutional monarchy. With the constitutional monarchy, as kings, we must agree. We are going to share the land. And this is the land for our people. We are going to benefit from the minerals. We are losing billions. In Palabora, where my leader is, they are losing over 30 billions every year. In Sekhukhune, where I am, their chrome and platinum is too much. In 2020, South Africa was the top supplier of platinum in the whole world. Go check those proceeds. Who's benefiting? Go check our communities. Poor. So I'm presenting to you this visa. I'm saying, if we unite as kings, we are not ordinary people. We have big chunks of land. Last year, I stopped the mining company there trying to mine in my community. I said, not here. In our own terms, they said, no, we can give you shares as a king and then you benefit. I said, no, I'm leading people. My parents and my children and everybody. I had to stop that. They were very armed. I went with 5 grannies, myself and granny. Most of the men ran away. I said, I'm going there to fight them. And I said there, you stop this nonsense machine in my land.
Yes.
And they were armed. I said, if you want the war, let's sign. We are going to kill each other. Let's see who's not going to die.
And you must invite me on that war.
and they ran away. And I'm happy that even today, we are rich with those minerals, but they are there waiting for investors. One investor was here, and there are so many of you who are investors. We are rich with our land and minerals. What we don't have is unity. As leaders, if we can decide here that we pursue the parallel route, one route leadership, I can promise you, you will suffer, they will divide you, they will bring money. You can ask one of the leader, controversial leader, they tried this thing of the political party in the past. In the night before the presentation, they visited 3 other kings with brown envelopes. The following day, he was alone. I said, where are my other comrades? And they say, it's like now you are mad, you are alone. They destroy you like that. Let's not break this unity. If we become like this, they are going to target you and finish you off. There are over 40 kings and chiefs that were killed in this country. If you count from 2000 until to date, we lost many traditional leaders. This is because we are not united. We need to unite. This is our country. There's no apology about that. But anything outside the politics, then we are setting ourselves to be targets. That is basically anarchy. If you say, I don't like this license now, I throw it. The traffic will say, arrest him. Then we will come in, bail you, and where do we get the money? We don't have money. So this is a system we need to understand, because it also includes this same currency. So we need to be consistent. If we drop one, let's drop everything. But if we can't drop everything, then let's see how do we fight while we are inside. Those people are our children. With 6 million votes, it's over. So FISA is presenting you that solution, which is guided by the spirit. A day before yesterday, I saw this big gathering where I was presenting, and I was not sure because there were 3 invitations. There's another group meeting in Pretoria, another group in Soweto. That's why I'm saying we are divided. There are also chiefs in those groups. But I chose to come to this one because of the leader. So in the past, we engaged robustly because this is a robust leader. He wanted, no, let's stop everything and maybe fight. I said, no, my leader, fight. What about I start to think of my children? And then eventually we broke out apart, but we connected again. So I'm very happy with what we are doing here today. This is the beginning. These kind of meetings are very much important. This is the beginning. Let's make sure that we have regular meetings. Let's confuse the enemy. Let's take these law documents, put them to judiciary, keep them busy. On the same time, we keep them busy here politically. Last year, let me tell you the power of unity. In my community, Ward 24, in Makulutamaga, under Skukune, no party won, only the independent candidate that we agreed upon as the community won the elections. Out of all the 31 wards in Sikukune, it's only 1 ward where they lost. It's my ward. Why? I called the community. Do you still want to vote for ANC? They say, we are tired. Do you want to vote for EFF? Hey, the EFF wants to nationalize the land, and EFF wants other things that we don't agree with. No. And then who do we vote for? And they say independent candidate. I say, come here, independent candidate. Are you going to serve us? They said, yes. And then we supported him. Then they lost that word. Now imagine if every one of us can mobilize this community for these people to lose in our communities. They won't have power. So the political system, whether we like it or not, unfortunately is the current system. Anything outside the political system, we are setting ourselves to be targets. You must know that. So what we are saying to you here in conclusion, let's unite. FISA is your organization. Every kingdom, when we talk about the United Kingdom, we are talking about you. But if you don't come on board, what do? Any other leader who's saying, I'm here, I'm from the Khoisan community, we say, okay, come. Anyone who's coming, we accept them. Why? Because politics is a game of numbers. So I'm challenging you, colleagues and leadership, in conclusion that let's unite. FISA, it's your party. We didn't form FISA because we are hungry. I was one of the top lecturers at TUT. Highly qualified at TUT. Even today, the whole SADC, I'm the international lecturer for fire. The whole SADC, I travel Botswana, South Africa, Zimbabwe, everywhere. But I decided after the message to resign and go fight on the ground with the poor and for my community. So the ball is in your court. You play it or you leave it to the next generation. Look at those children there. They have no future. We can say whatever. They have no future. So if we don't unite and we don't use the political power, the power of numbers, we are going to fail, I can promise you. I'm suggesting, let's use the parallel system, the legal system and the political system. We remove them in our communities and we make sure that they don't win our communities. As we do that, then there will be freedom. Amanda! Away too! The kings don't want to send to the Amanda. Thank you so much, leader.
Thank you so much, King Tai of Baroka Kingdom, for powerful presentation that you just gave us right now about FISA and all other strategies that are there for us to peruse and So I'm suggesting. Are you listening to me? Are you listening? I am suggesting that we take FISA as our political arm. What are you saying? No. You saying no? Are you saying no? Thank you so much. When I started, I said the young ones are ready to be supporting the municipality, but the old ones don't want to die. They don't want to give away for a new baby to be born. What is that? What is it that we must do? Joran Essays has given us an alternative to go out of the system. Let's all this kingdom, let's support, let's sign. Was one lady was asking, how do I emancipate myself? Let's sign that emancipation letter, all of us in our communities back home. That's an alternative. 2002, when the SADC region had a peace commission in Zambia, the former president Thabo Mbeki said, any country in the SADC, I think there are 14, any country in the SADC region, when they want to self-determine, they must do so freely, without any bloodshed. The process must be free from bloodshed. And at that time, when we take that route, the international universal law takes precedence. The laws of that particular country, where these people want to self-determine, will not apply. What will apply will be the international universal law, or the other speaker will say common law, right? We have got the I see my king there is disagreeing with me, but he is going to speak. By the way, we're going to give him a platform in closing. I'm calling my last. I've got. Let's agree. I'm not taking any other speakers. The last speaker that was where I was given or I was requested to add was Queen Comfort to come and share with us, which, by the way, I'm asking her to come in front. Then after him is Ambassador. Then after him, I'm giving our Honorable King here, Matikele, to wrap up the program.
Masiara. Utani. God is talking about very, very interesting thing. We are going through what we are going because what God has left us to look after, we're not looking after the creation. God wants us to go back to the beginning so that all the things can be restored. We are trying to restore things in the land which is sick. We need to first look after this sick land and make sure we are healing this creation of God, and whatever we are trying to do, it will start.
Oh yes.
Amase.
Thank you. My queen, with those words of wisdom, I was in another summit where this gentleman is a professor. When he gave an acronym of a king and a death of a king. So I'm going to say both of them. Then I call Ambassador to come in front, Sean and Richard and then after that I give my king to Matikele. This professor said, the kings, that's knowledge. They are knowledgeable. The kings are knowledgeable. I stands for indigenous. Our kings are indigenous. Then it said N, they are natural. Our kings are natural. And G, that a word king, G stands for governors. They are governors. So they govern the land. But the system of government controls people. So you must differentiate between governance and control. Our queens are, the Q stands for, they are quick in what they are doing. When you work with a queen, you must be quick. Whatever instructions are given to you by the queen, whoever that is being given that instruction, you must perform the task quickly. And then you stands for what? They are unique. They are unique individuals that God has given us. I guess the princess as well. And unity, they bring unity to the community. The excellence, they are persons of excellence. And then they are natural. Thank you so much. I'm calling Ambassador.
Good afternoon. Remela. It's an honor for me to be here today. It's an honor for me to be here today to greet the kings, esteemed guests, foreign visitors, and the men and women with vision, foresight to seek a remedy for what we're about to do today. made some notes of the seriousness of this meeting that I'd like to share with you. So just give me 1 second. I'm Henry McCarty. I'm the ambassador of the state of the African diaspora that represents 350 million Africans outside the continent. We're recognized by the African Union as the 6th economic region in Africa. Our function is to integrate the diaspora with the continent, commercially, economically, culturally, and socially. When I spoke to General Tukusa and he invited me here today, and I thank him and the chief for having the vision to put this meeting together today, I figured that in order for us to have a situation report, to know exactly where we stand, so that we can agree on a remedy for the position that we find ourselves in. So I'm going to ask you to bear with me, because if we just go back a little in history, if you look at President Kennedy, he stated a week before he was assassinated, there is a plan to enslave every man and woman on this planet, every man, woman and child. That statement is as true today as it was in 1962. This is a global agenda to depopulate the planet, because you're facing a war, and they put it in writing. The depopulation of the planet is in Agenda 2025, United Nations Resolution. If you go to United Nations Resolution, Agenda 2030, they confirm that on this day, 2030, there will be 6 million less people on this planet. This government, which is an organized crime syndicate, headed up and managed and controlled by the Rothschilds global financial cartel, seek the depopulation of all of us. So please, you are in a war of survival. This government has declared war on you, South Africans, on us, with their unconstitutional COVID lockdown, the Disaster Management Act. They ignored it completely. That is an act of war against the people, to imprison you in your homes and force you to get vaccinated. And I'll tell you another thing I've heard today many times, that we are the generation that has the spirit of the Almighty to make this change. Because the generation that's coming after us are brainwashed, mind controlled, TV games. As you sit here, you are the last generation that can change what is coming to the world, not only this country. The government that we have, the organized crime syndicate, works for the Rothschilds, for the global financial cartel. You're dealing with an organized crime syndicate that controls the finances, the military, the judiciary. When you hear it's corrupt, that means they have total control. So the organized crime syndicate that controls this country, controls the judiciary, finance, food, military, media, every single aspect of our lives is controlled by them. And their global machine intends to remove us. We're intending to free ourselves from an enemy that controls every aspect of our lives. When one is in a war, and if you are in a war, we are in a war because they want us dead. There's no way to sugarcoat that. So in order for us to seek a remedy that we can all agree on, we need to know where we stand with this civilization. If we look at race tradition and politics, very quickly, I've traveled Africa since 1972. And I've never encountered racism in Africa. I've spent 4 months outside the country now, 5 African countries. Never ever evidence of any racism. The only time I see racism is when I'm in South Africa on your TV, because it's your government that's pushing this policy of hate, race hate, war, and all the rest of it. And in a war, you cannot be offended by facts. the fact that another fact you have to consider, I'm sorry to say this, politics is entertainment. Politics has done nothing for this country. In 30 years, and I was part of the group that put the Zondo submissions together, we identified 41 trillion rand that has been stolen from South Africa. And those documents are in the Zondo submissions. Last night I received a phone call. I don't want to tell you from who. And they said to me, Ambassador, your figure of 41 trillion rand of theft is wrong. And I said, why? And the chap on the phone said to me, we've now identified 95 trillion has been stolen from South Africa since 1994. The roads in South Africa, the roads in Africa should be paved in gold. There should be money for everyone. But the organized crime syndicate running and controlling our mines have seized all the cash. I met with President Zuma on the 21st of December 2021. In that meeting, and I have witnesses, he said to me, are you aware that they are flying 3 plane loads of cash out of this country every week? That was in 2021. There's a war on cash. There's a war on your family. There's a war on the people. You are in a war. This is not a time for talk. You have to face the facts. And the only way we're going to get this is, as you've heard today many times from many speakers, you need to be united. United in purpose. It matters not what color. We are all created by a mighty creator with the spirit of that creator in us, which brings us together today. I've known about the World Health Organization, United Nations, and all the rest of it for many years, and what their plans are for the people. Many people used to say to me, gee, what are we going to do? I used to say to them, pray for divine intervention. Let's hope that the Almighty comes down and saves us. And 2 years ago, I was walking in my garden and it hit me. We are the divine intervention. We are the people that can change this country. We are the people that can start a movement that can free Africa without any government funding. I won't do much longer. There are 2 freedom fighters that asked me to extend their apologies today. One is General Fanisa Shezi. MK is retired. He is also a member of the People's Freedom Council of Southern Africa. I'm the chairman of that council. We intend to assist and help people in seeing and opening their eyes and getting them to understand that we need to unite in purpose and move forward with an agenda that is achievable. Because somewhere along the line, we have to stop this government. We have to stop this organized crime syndicate, notwithstanding the fact that they control the media, the money, the army, the police, and the rest of it. So the second one is Dr. Peter Manns, who most of you will know. I hope you do. He's head of the SADC National Peace Commission. The SADC National Peace Commission was formed from a 2001 SADC protocol against corruption, which was signed by 14 African presidents, including the SADC protocol against corruption gives us, we the people, the right to form a people's court. If you consider what's going on in this country, the corruption, the judiciary is sold out, law enforcement is gone, you are in a lawless country. The SADC National Peace Commission, that document in section 34 of the Constitution, which is not worth the paper it's written on, as you heard earlier, gives us the right to form a people's court to take action against all the corruption that you see around you today. So those are the two apologies. And now, I thought, let me give you a situation report. You've heard all this before, but you need to hear it again in the harshest terms. You are at war. They are at war with us. The remedies are what you've heard today, and the remedies that we're going to put on the table now for you. And I urge you to listen to the next speaker, because I'm going to introduce Dr. Sean Stewart, the United Cape States, the succession of the Cape. That is a solution to stop this government in its tracks and to discharge this government. And I think it's fair to all of you to hear what Dr. Sean Stewart has to say about this particular remedy. And I thank you, I thank His Majesty, I thank General Tembisa, and I thank all of you. Dr. Stewart.
General, good evening. Good day, everyone. Can you hear me? For those who've been sitting, stand for a minute, shake your bum. Just for a minute, because it must be numb by now. Yes? We should be. Come on, just shake your bum, and then you can sit down. All right. Bayete. Bayete Nkosi. Jambo Bwana. Where's my brother from Congo? Jambo. Habari. Zuri sana. Asante sana. I just want to thank you very much for giving us the opportunity with the General. Your General, with your permission, may I ask the Kings just to stand for a minute? The Kings, because we haven't recognized you today. I just want to greet you. The Kings. And if you're a king at the back, just wave, because I want to recognize you. Your Majesty, thank you. From behalf of the white contingent, except for our friend, we want to just acknowledge. Thank you for giving us your time, Your Majesty. Thank you for your time. Thank you, all of you. God bless you. Have a seat. We're going to have a bit of fun. I'm going to answer. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Your Majesty, thank you. May I stand a bit forward? Yes. Because I want to be a bit closer. I'm not used to the political agenda. Sorry, my bad. Okay, so I've got an answer for you, and I want to share something very quickly. Where's the King Cornelius? I can't see him. I want him to be close enough to hear this, because this is going to excite King Cornelius. What we are doing today, for all of your majesties that we've had a chance to talk to, I've only had a bit of a time to speak to all myself. But I want you to hear today the heart of what we are talking about today. We have an answer. For everything that you're asking today, we have an answer. And the answer is actually very easily attainable if we stood together as one. The General and His Majesty that have put this together, good day. I want you to hear this, dear Your Majesty. No, come sit. Okay. So the United Cape States, can I tell you about that very quickly? It is an organization that is collectively bringing together the Khoi, the Boer, the San, the Indian, the Malay, all the people of the Cape, and uniting us as one nation to secede away from South Africa and become a new nation. And we can do this legally, internationally, based on the following principle. Watch this, everyone. If I may ask General, I need you to hear this, because this I'm going to excite you, and you as a king and a leader need to hear this. Let me explain. According to international law, we have the ability to secede based on 4 major principles. Color. What is your color? Brown. Listen, somebody said something about a color today. I want to just explain something. You are all wrong with a colored story. I'm colored. Because when I go into the sun, I go red. When I get cold, I go blue. When I get sick, I go green. And you think you're colored. I'm colored. I'm joking. All right, so let's hear this. First thing is color. Second is ethnicity. Third is religion. And fourth, listen carefully, language. Language. How many languages do we have here? Every language becomes separate and individual. And according to international law, if you have a common language and you have a connection and historical tie to the land, it's yours. Just take it. Are you listening to me, Jim? Are you hearing what I'm trying to share with you? So the United Cape States is already 12 years down the path of the legal process. It's done. We are just uniting our people, and we are going to leave the Cape, is going to leave South Africa.
And I'm not talking about the Western Cape for the Malungus. I'm talking about the whole of the old Cape province, going all the way up to Botswana and to Namibia. Because our colored people, our Khoisan, our Khoi people, our San people, all of them speak Afrikaans. Do you know in that region, 68% wake up in the morning and they say, Goeiemorgen. 68. If you add English to that, it's 70% of that region speaks one language. That's crazy. Do you understand? Now, in your country, in your territory, in your area, how many people speak your language? Thank you very much. I'm speaking your language. Do you understand? And in your country, of course, King Letsetsa, what a visionary. I'm going to say it publicly. He's a visionary, the king. In your kingdom, in your kingdom, in your kingdom, in your kingdom, your people, your language, your land, your history. For that reason, the United Cape States is about to extract and become a new country. Do you remember Southwest Africa was part of our country? Do you remember that? It's now called Namibia. But when they drew the line through Namibia, they cut out half of the Nama people. The Nama people still live that side of the river. They're that side of the river. We want our people back. I'm sorry, you say they're your people. They're on the other side. They must come home. Do you understand? We're sick and tired of this nonsense. Who gave them the right to put a line through there? The British. Nobody. Who gave them the right? These English. You see here. I'm not British. Scottish. See, that's MacArthur. I'm Stuart. We're Scottish. You want to beat the British up? Good. But stand behind me. They've been beating my people up for 1,000 years. You wait your turn. When I'm finished, then you can come. You got it? I want you to understand this. We are here to unite. And we are here to get together. Now, I'm saying this. As the United Cape States extracts from South Africa and becomes a new nation under secession, Pierre, I'm going to just address you if I may. I've begun to get involved with the General Assembly because we want to institute common law. The minute we move over to our new country, common law, this whole constitutional rubbish is gone. And we have the right, if there's no crime, if there's no victim, there's no crime. You understand? If you're driving down the road, you haven't got a seatbelt, where's the victim? Where's the crime? Do you understand? Now, I want to tell you this. As soon as the United Cape States leaves, if you've got 50% plus one of your people, and you're ready to stand with the United Cape States, I extend my hand to you, General, and I say, I'm going to pull your people out with me. Your Majesty, can I pull your people out of the bondage? Can I pull your people out? Well, you're a politician. I want to tell you, in my country, there will be no politicians. There will be no political parties. Not because I don't like you. I believe you must stick to your royal line and lead your people in a godly fashion. Leave your politics, because the people who count the votes are the ones who make the nation. Not the ones who put the vote on the paper. The ones who count. Have a look at what Biden did to Trump. No offense. If you look what Biden did to Trump, it's only the counting of the votes. And it's the one who counts the votes is the one who wins, sir, not the one who stands at the poll. Because our people are no longer slaves. Listen carefully. Our people are no longer slaves. So the Cape is coming out. King Cornelius, the Cape is coming out of this bondage of South Africa. Are you hearing me? I want you to listen carefully, because very soon we are declaring through a referendum, the general's gone again, and we are going to be free. So I want to extend to all of the royal clans here today, hand of freedom from the Cape. I want to pull you out with us. Is that fair enough? Because I want all of our people free. And the plan that we are going to do, the United Cape States sets the authority. Listen, we're all claiming land, correct? We're all claiming land. Who's not claiming land? Put your hand up, who's not claiming land? Who's claiming land? Put your hands up, who's claiming land? Let me tell you something exciting today. This is going to be the most exciting thing you've heard in a long time. You have no right to that land. None. 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 Let me explain why. You were conquered. I'm a Scotsman. The British conquered my people 1,000 years ago. I'm speaking from 1,000 years of history. And I'm telling you, you were conquered. You were conquered. All of your people were conquered. The Khoi were conquered by the Dutchmen. When the Dutchmen arrived, no offense to my white Dutchman brother. When the Dutchmen arrived, they conquered the Khoi and the San and the Bushmen and they destroyed them, did they not? They did. Then the British arrived and they conquered the Boer, did they not? Did they establish Roman Dutch law? Did they establish politics? Did they establish the law? Did they do it, yes or no? Yes. Yes, they did. And in the moment they did it, you were conquered. And you have no right to the land. But there's hope. Let me give you the hope. The minute we pull out and secede, that is no longer under their conquered laws. And in 1950, the law changed from the right of conquest to secession is the only way to acquire land. And from 1950 to now, 100 nations have seceded. And I want to tell you, your nation can secede. Do you want to be free? You want to worry about what must I do with my driver's license? What must I do with my ID book? You were mentioning it earlier. Let me tell you something. When you run your country, you decide. Finished. And it mustn't be in the hand of a politician, it must be in the hand of the king. The king must rule his people. Not a politician, the king must rule. And a politician, if there is such a thing, he must rule only at the control and the command of the king. You understand? Now, I'm not going to go into the plan to set all of your kingdoms free because that's in the hand of Richard Bruderach. Richard Bruderach is the head of the Federal Alliance of South Africa. We have already written kings into this and we are going to divide the land according to language and give everybody their own land. Where is Paramount Chief Andy? Paramount Chief Andy, can I share some with you? Where's the general? He's hiding away again. The general and the Paramount are talking about 7,500 hectares of land. And then the general has got 8,000 hectares of land. That's a lot of land. That's a lot of land. South Africa is 121 million hectares of land. We're fighting over 1,000 hectares of land, and if you took half of the land, 63 million hectares of land, every one of us sitting here can have 1 million hectares. No, not 1 million, sorry, so I'm lying. 60 million. No, it's of course 60 million hectares. We can all have 1 million hectares. Do you know how big that is? That's enough for a nation. Why can't we have it? We want to fight over 5,000 hectares. No, we are going to give the land back to the people. We are going to give the land back to the kings. And let me tell you, if that land is demarcated by His Majesty for you, that which is under the ground is yours. Yes. That what's above your head is yours. And nobody may take that from you. These are the principles of the United Cape States. We want our people free, number one. Free, number one. And that which is theirs is theirs. So, with that, I'd like to thank you for your time. I hope I have not taken too much of your time. Did I answer you? Where's that? Did I answer your question? Secession is the way to get out of the legal bind that you're in. No other way is going to do it. There's no political way. Only secession and the legal process is done. And did you get it? Your land is free. You are going to be free. Just let us get there. So, if I may hand over to Richard Bruderach and explain the Federal Alliance that contains everybody other than the Cape. We're just laying the foundation and extending our hand to say, join us. Join us, please. Thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen. Your Majesty is welcome. Thank you.
I don't understand all the languages, but there's some words that I do understand. I understand Bayete, and I understand Yesu, because Yesu is my king. You have your kings, and I believe some of these kings are under Yesu. Because Yesu said, I appoint the kings. Is that correct? The Bible says God appoints kings, not man. So I represent something that's totally different, totally outside the box, and does not include any politician.
Sorry, mate.
Okay.
We're really knocking you. Sorry.
It only includes the kings. It does not include the paramount chief. It doesn't include the chiefs. If your tribe, for example, like the Tsonga, do not have a king, we would so much want you to get a king.
Yes, yes.
We want the Tsonga chiefs to come together and choose a king.
Yes.
That's what we want, because we're only speaking to kings. Now, as a Burki, I realize and understand that things like apartheid was wrong. I understand that. But as a Burki, I also understand that those who were above me were controlled by the British. And they are still being controlled by the British. As a Burki, I understand that our biggest enemy in South Africa is not the ANC. Listen carefully, it's not the ANC. Our biggest enemy in South Africa is the Super Afrikaner. They control all governance, they control all businesses. We call them the Super Afrikaner. They are so rich, you have no idea. You have no idea. So what does the Federal Alliance do? We're saying to the kings, sign an alliance with us for self-governance of your people. You own the land, you own the minerals, okay? You send a representative to the Federal Alliance where we supervise security, agriculture, financial institutions, whatever is necessary to build this country up. Because not every king understands mining. Not every king understands security. Did you know if the National Party had used their brains back in the day and had a battalion of Burkis, a battalion of Pedi, a battalion of Tsonga, a battalion of Venda, a battalion of Tswana, a battalion of Sutu, a battalion of Zulu, a battalion of Xhosa, we would have been the strongest defense force in the world. But what did we do? The Burkis, what did they do? We will also hierdie oorlog weg. Ons sal dit doen. Ons sal hulle wys, ja. And so what happened? We were defeated by money. We were defeated by money. We weren't defeated by Russia. We weren't defeated by Cuba. We were defeated by money. Greed. We didn't vote for the ANC to come into government. We did not. Even now I don't vote. And there's a reason for that. I understand corruption. I understand that just as each and every king here, I'm talking to the kings, have legitimate land, you have legitimate people. My fellow friend here was talking about politics and numbers. I'm sure that every king has more numbers than any politician. Your people will follow you if you say so. There's King Letsitsa, the third. He's already doing what we have proposed to him. He's got his own money, the Lumi. Have you heard about that one? He walked into the municipality, King Letsitsa walked into the municipality, and he asked the lady, he said to her, excuse me, have you collected the monies from the different farms and all the revenue and these things? Have you collected it? So the lady says, yes, I'm sure we've collected it. So he says to her, okay, so where's my money? Where's my money? Because it belongs to him. He's the king. So our proposal as the Federal Alliance is this. We understand that you have land. We understand that. We understand that you have traditional land. We want to give you the opportunity to show us what is that land. Here's our king, he's talking about Gauteng. But I can say to him, Queen Masilikatsi is also talking about Gauteng. She's also talking about Gauteng. So who's right? Is it this one or is it this one? In Tswana land, I believe there's something like, I don't know, some chiefs call themselves kings. There's like 35 kings. But there's not 35 kings. There's maybe 3. These are the problems that we have. Which king is legitimate bloodline? Bloodline king. Not ANC king. Not self-appointed king. Not I am a chief, now I am a king. No. God appoints kings. Kings appoint paramount chiefs. Kings appoint chiefs. God appoints kings. That's why we are only working with the kings. We are signing alliances with the kings. What is the alliance? To supervise. To supervise. To make sure that you are protected. To make sure that the United Cape States plan, you can use the same plan. We don't have to go and redo it another 12 years. We copy-paste. We copy-paste to Tswanaland. We copy-paste to Pedi. We copy-paste to Venda. We copy-paste. And then what do we say? Then we say to the ANC, we say to them, an attack on one is an attack on all. That is the alliance. Now, I'm going to give you a chance also. We must understand that as Burkis, we've also got land. But we first want to find out what is your land. What is your land? And then we will look at what we believe is our land. We believe, for example, in Zululand, we have the right of the treaty that Retief signed with Dingaan. We have that area because of that Zulu king that gave it to us, Dingaan. We have that treaty. But here's the problem. Here is the problem. We were conquered by the English. We lost the fight. So that treaty, according to international law, means nothing. It means nothing. That's why we're saying your land that you are saying is your land means nothing after 1950. It means nothing. But we want to give you the opportunity to say, okay, this is our traditional land. This is our traditional land. This is our traditional. Okay, let's negotiate. Let's negotiate. I see your land is busy infringing. Tswana land is infringing on Pedi land. So where's the border? Let's negotiate. Let the Pedi king and the Tswana king talk. The Pedi king, not the Pedi politicians, man. The Pedi king and the Tswana king, they talk. They say, here is our border. Then we shake hands, we agree. Yes. And the Zulu king, and I see there's a prince there. What's his name? There's a Prince Dlamini standing up there on the other side of Tswana land, Swaziland. He's saying to the king of the Zulus, he's saying, this piece here is not yours no more, it's mine. This is what he is saying. Now the question is, does he have a legitimate claim to that piece? Is his piece historical? We want to give them the opportunity to prove to us, yes, that's our historical land. Then we say, okay, let's see where this land borders or where this land infringes. Yeah? This land is infringing on this land. So, okay, get the kings together. The kings together. The Boere, we stand separate. We stand separate. We say, kings, we talk about it. What is your land? What is your land? What is your land? What is your land? And here's the Boere. This is what we would like. How can we negotiate? How can we accommodate? And the Boere will have a state. The Tswana will have a state. The Pedi will have a state. The Zulu will have a state. Each and every nation will have its own state, run by its own king or kings. If there's two kings in one area, those two kings decide what is my side, what is your side. I don't decide it, you decide. This is my side, this is your side. Say good, let's shake hands. We make that treaty. That is my land, that is my land. Like in the
9th of the 9th
in the sun, there's different tribes.
9th of the 9th.
The Quran
No.
but is the Quran not infringing on another one?
9th of the 9th.
And is that one not infringing on this one? That is what we have to determine. Because we can be in agreement here, but another king is going to say, I'm not agreeing. I'm not agreeing. And then we have to sort that problem out. And that's what the alliance's purpose is. To make sure that these problems are sorted out, that everybody has their land, that everybody has their king, that everybody understands that we will support each other in defending each other, in agriculture, in the economy, in mining, you name it. And as the alliance, we have a proposal. As the alliance, we have a proposal because we understand that to have a military takes money. To have a peacekeeping force takes money. We understand that. To have good harbors takes money. To have good airports takes money. So what are we saying? We're saying that of all the mineral rights, 49% of all the mineral rights goes to the people.
So it's only that one?
5% goes to everything.
No.
You know how much money that is? That's a lot of money. 5% goes to everything. And 46% goes to the Federal Alliance, where you have a representative. Which means it's still your money. It's still the king's money. You understand what I'm saying? But you have a representative on the Federal Alliance that says to the king, okay king, you need this in your land, you need more boreholes, you need more of this, you need more of this. 46% is there. We make the boreholes, we build, we make the new roads, we make the airport. Every state must have its own airport. Okay, so how are we going to do that? You're going to do that. In an alliance with each other. You're going to do that. And that's what the Federal Alliance is. The reason for a Federal Alliance, it is not a government.
Okay, let me say.
It's not a government. It's a supervisory board. Made from your people and the Buddha. Together. That's what the Federal Alliance is. Any questions?
Yeah.
Any questions? So, straightforward, man. It's easy, it's simple. It's outside of politics. It's giving the right back to the people. So we have signed alliances with already. I've signed alliances with Queen Motsoalekatsi. I've signed alliances with the
Signed already the two, this one, and this one.
Yes. Okay. And then this one's also important. This is the allodial land claim that you guys will be doing. So
and you want to sign alliance.
You had a state.
Then you sign alliance because what you are doing is signing alliance with the other countries. You are agreeing to what they are agreeing to. So all the
signature, no?
Yes. Yes, the way, yes.
Self-government.
So have all the kings signed everything?
I said the king Satuke.
I hope so.
Not yet. This document.
And then this one?
Yes, then you must just touch it like that.
I look at your
I
house.
hope you're not going to arrest
I
us.
thought you were a king. He says, I'm a king. I said, but I look at your house. Man,
This
I
one is
don't
the
look
smell,
like
this
this.
one.
Is it?
I said, you're not the king, you're a goat herder. What? Goat herder? I'm not a goat herder.
So are we going to
I'm
get
a king.
copies or
I said, prove to me you're a king.
scan that?
Prove to me you're a king. Prove to me that you can stand together with the other kings and take up your rightful position as given by God. Take up your rightful position as given by God. So Satuke said to me, and with all respect, you know, I'm not, my brothers here, they keep on reprimanding me for protocol. you know, you shouldn't talk to the people like that. With all respect, I said to, Satuke said to me, where do I sign? Where do I sign? Where do I sign? So we signed. So to all the kings that are sitting here, we have the opportunity, you have the opportunity today to become part of the alliance. The alliance says that we will be governed by moral law. What is moral law? If you're a Christian, you'll know what's moral law. Moral law is the 10 commandments. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt keep the Sabbath. Thou shalt take care of your mother and father. You will honor them. That's the 10 commandments. That's the moral law. Then we have the common law. Your unalienable rights. Then we have the cultural law. Because in the common law, the people will say, that guy is a thief, lock him up. We lock up the thief. But the cultural law will say, no, we're not going to lock the thief up, we're going to hit him ourselves. Are we right? Because we see some of that happening. This guy is stolen, grab him. I saw a video of carjackers. They were hijacking a car. But they hijacked it in the wrong area, man. So the people of that village, they grabbed that carjackers and they beat the living daylights out of them. Those men, they were crying. That's cultural law. That's cultural law. So that's what the Federal Alliance proposes. Moral law, common law, cultural law. And we adhere to that, all of us. All of us. All right. So that is where we are standing.
When must we sign?
Thank you very much.
When must we sign?
You can sign today, you can sign with me. Right.
Yeah. Must I sign again? Let's sign this.
Have you signed on
No,
it?
this one is.
So everyone, this is the Load Your Land Act. This is for all the people again. So this is quite an important document.
Allodial land title. Makikela sign. Oh, yeah. I know my friend, he's always number one when it comes to signing, but he didn't put a thumbprint. Let me go put this thumbprint. Okay, when you are done. Oh, so sign. Ask her that. Oh, this one, it I think. Kings, I'm a post. Okay, chiefs.
Okay. Bantu abadala, cela bonke abobaba amakhosi and those who are deployed by their tribes to come there. And the leader of our political party, they said you must go to him. They must all come here so that we can finish the land allodial title. Bagolo, dumela. Re na le document ya bofelo e leng gore we are busy trying to conclude it. It's called the Declaration of the Allodial Land Title. The Declaration of the Allodial Land Title. It speaks about our right to the land. Now, this is the document that is our title deed that we are going to share with every kingdom, to make sure that the people understand that we have declared that the land belongs to we the people and no government has authority over our land. And this document is going to be made public so that every one of us, including all the people of South Africa, can read that this day, that on the 9th of this day, the South African ancient kings, they have met and they have signed a declaration of their own sovereignty. Then the rest of us in the country, effective from tomorrow, the website will be up and running. We'll have the opportunity to test the numbers in terms of how many people are supporting the land allodial, how many people are supporting all the documents that we have. And then the campaign drive will start immediately. We are going to be busy educating our people about this document. Then last, because we are done with most of the things, if you know that you are not in any of the WhatsApp groups as communicate and you are a chief, we will add you on the group, only chiefs there, and we are able to resolve issues as they come immediately. Number two, kuzoba negroup ehlanganisa wonke umuntu eSouth Africa who is a supporter of our concept, but our ideas is not only to sit there. From next week, we need to start volunteering on joining the committees. Agriculture, we need committee, we need to see people plowing the land. So it is our duty as traditional leaders to make sure that we monitor each other. If King Makikela doesn't know anything about agriculture, he must call me. I will come and help him with our agriculture. So we want to assist on those things. That assistance should always be available. Or who wants assistance on the law and other things, we have the FA Jural Assembly. I am there to assist in perusal of documents. I'm no longer practicing the law in South Africa because I'm an independent sovereign person, a man of the land. So any traditional leader or whoever is deployed by their traditional leaders, being a man or being a woman who deployed you, you need to sign. And leaders of organizations and NGO leaders, we are also calling you to come and sign, because you are supporting the idea and you are the people by Lunguru who are going to work together to make sure that we defend this cause. You are asking us to tumor you, so we will tumor you. So before we can tumor you, come and commit yourself in writing that we can have your contact and know that tomorrow in Mpumalanga we have this NGO. Even if we have blankets, we can send them to you. Even if we have something that we want to share with our people, we can send them to the NGOs that work with us, that understand us and that respect the rights of the traditional leaders, not NGOs that are busy fighting traditional leaders. Because this meeting, we are not lost, people. We are not lost. We are the traditionals. We are the custodians of this land. So, let's sign this document in Diabonga Makos. And then, thank you. And NGO leaders, traditional leaders, please let's come and sign and seal the document. Yeah, it's the last lenta lodia that we are signing. It's the last one that we have on the list. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
The one with the red. All right.
Most its thumbprint should be there. Kafa you on this one because no, it's this document and that document that needs the fingerprint. And what you need also is.
Can I write to the black pen? I'm going to write now.
I think they use this as a text. Now we are in the world. So as traditional leaders, we don't pay tax. We are above tax. How do I pay tax on my land? Now your life get me Unless this space.
They have my contact numbers.
Oh, contact
This young one. We are on the next page.
Ithini into yakhona ithini into yakhona lizobona la address Mountain KwaZulu-Natal ose ready ukuze ngabe ikhona nasivela
Ningayishutha lana ufuna just la magama
Email address. Yes. Which is
case
Se page ela tela or
kubabona nalapha ngapha kufanele kusenye ngomuntu.
Alright. Because we fucking late.
Okay, there's the other new pages. There's other new pages. Let's just do the addition to this one. This one has an additional page, and this one also has an additional page.
Oh, right.
Where you write you check on that one the kingdom, blah 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 blah
la ibhale kahle leqala khona ikingdom soyibhalile bese uyibona igama layo ne-address yakho ne-email yakho. Akahambe i-address ithole phone number noma i-email. Lapha-ke ilokho ngekube nayo signature.
check a page and when it's voluntary
email noma phone number.
It's all right.
Bila menwana engagile opposite camp.
Yeah, it's about sign there.
Yeah,
After my email address.
Antikaloku phansi kwakhe phansi kwakhe jonga
Mali mo bangwe tse Little Falls. Ka right here. Tshwanetse di be le black. Little Falls.
Yeah, email noba physical address. Yeah.
Vaneno namakhosi adlule emsamo ashisa impela.
Hayi wena ngula Little Falls. Agrima ina shaka Hawo wena fali kimi. Kuya wena malaji. Iba vite jebele malaji njiba ngalela.
Essa vai se jogar isso aqui. Era que Bora no lugar
Looking Little Falls,
Wow, that's what I think. Why not? I have.
Hey, I got a terrible day. One of matters can be a so well, quality gender is a quality. Man,
I'll be phone. Yeah, yakwenza moshukela khona indaba yaphazamiseka zange sisi
I want to show you where can I sign? Hey, Paul, even here I can sign.
You can sign it. You just follow this.
That's all it is.
Kingdom.
Everyone finished?
I think so.
No.
King. And email
It feels like a yes.
No, man, there's a signature which I did not blink here.
For your thumbprint.
Yeah.
And then, can you remember where it was?
Also side to side.
Okay, I'm side to side. Oh, this is
Oh, let me see the Buddha fonts, guys. I haven't seen.
Yeah, because this one I done it.
Yes. Oh, by Kingdom, yeah. Then what next to my name?
So yes, that you click down your name and then your signature.
Mina kufuneka ubhale kanje uyabhala ngoba angithina lokho ngizange wayithumela
ngithumele mina
wayithumela but
lana semana yezani isithupha
kufanele ibivele
That's just your, if you have or a logo, then you can send it to Java General and then but your signature, but your thumbprint over your signature.
Yes.
It's touching the signature.
Njengoba uzondibuza nje because angayiboni yakho nasekayo
no sayenza kudala ayiqala ayenza lenzile isithupha abasizenzile
I want to see here. What can I write here?
It's does
my logo.
Does your tribe have the logo?
No.
You know, like the shield, the emblem.
Okay.
The emblem.
Okay. No, I get you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi.
Mr. Douglas. Your name, the logo if you have it, and your signature with your thumbprint.
So that we don't do the same thing.
Yes, you can sign with your, and then you must just touch your signature with your fingerprint. So something like that something.
to say, okay, this is allocated to
Thank you, sir. Sure. I'm done with it. Okay. I actually don't know. I'm going to just ask Governor General because these documents actually belong to them. So I don't know if we should be the custodians of these at the moment. I think you can cut them.
Yeah, thank you.
Give me the pen then.
Yes, they are already, even the video here is live.
It's live, yeah.
Everything that played here is on YouTube. There's already surpassed 200 viewers. All right.
One nation.
One nation, one people.
Yes, let's do that.
One nation.
One nation.
One people.
One nation.
With God.
Libuile ilizwe lethu. Are you guys done with the photos?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.